home. Good evening, Club Cult. I think at this point I have the schedule mostly together again. But I'll still be updating Discord when I exist. Welcome to the Stream the Dreams Project, and thank you all for your support so far with Mr. Voyabean's Carecrafts. You pull us out of purgatories? Why didn't my dash reload? There you go. Good dashboard. Head pats. Now I can pull us out of purgatory. Woo! We exist. We'll go see the Zubeans. We're gonna meal prep a little bit for the week and play some Star Wars! It's been too long. Too long. Running myself out of space on there. Welcome, Matt Topher. Hope the millions of years of days since I've seen you last have been treating you well. Crossing fingers and paws for that. I should have Kick open in the back, or Twitch open in the background. Why does my brain confuddle the two? Maybe it's just selective thinking, like selective hearing. I have a preference for one over the other, mayhaps. Get our GoCam going. You followed me on Insta. You're a king for that. I haven't posted on Insta in 1,000 years. I go through phases with Instagram. Like, I'll post regularly for a couple months, and then I won't for like 6 months. I'm a terrible Instagram user. Which I should post, like, wait, I used to be really good about posting every Tuesday. And then at some point I stopped writing the reminder in my calendar. And then that all went out the window. I should post more to Insta, though. It's where I have the biggest following. Yeah, even more than on Kick. Which is pretty amazing that, like, 2K of you would hit that button. It's really cool. I feel blessed. This is so comfy. I feel like I'm not wearing anything at all. I love athletic wear. I'm grateful that I live in America, in a society. That's the only thing I'm grateful to live in America for the most part. Like, there's little things here and there, you know, that, like, we have perhaps better treatment than in other countries as human beings, especially as a woman. But the fact that it is so acceptable to just wear whatever the fuck you want and really no one bats an eye unless you're on People of Walmart in the US versus, like, I feel like in every other country you get roasted if you leave the house in, like, something like this. It's kind of ridiculous. I appreciate the athleisure wear. Welcome, Tom. Hope you're having a good night so far. Good evening. Good evening. I'm gonna see Peebs and Claudia and then get some food going in the kitchen. And then while the timer runs down, we'll go see Tank and Doodle and Gustav. Doodle is a free bird again. I figured out something crazy about Doodle. Doodle is like the most spoiled street cat in the world, I'm starting to think. He's allergic to salmon, I think. Because on top of his stress episodes, I was switching his food to the same food as the zoo, like preemptively, like pre-adoption. And that made him throw up too. So he now has chicken-only food. Because he can't eat salmon. Anything I've found that has salmon, is fish oil salmon-based? Anything that has fish oil or salmon in it does not agree with him. It's fish oil, salmon based. Some fish oils are salmon based. That doesn't help me. Standard fish oil is typically a blend derived from various oily fish species like anchovies, sardines, and mackerel. If a supplement specifically comes from salmon, it'll be labeled as salmon oil. I don't think they're going to be that specific on a back of a bag of cat food, though. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's spoiled in general because he's here, but... he just can't eat anything he wants, I guess. Or anything that I want him to eat. My trip to PetSmart the other day was hilarious. I got 4 different kinds of food. 5, if you count for the big zoo. Like, we're entering our insane era. I don't know. Well, it's already been an insane era. The more insane era. The upgraded 2.0 version of the insane era has now come to fruition. Ah, chapstick, don't run away on me. Let me get you guys up on my screen. Are we still going to be in 0.2 size font? I don't know if that's a restream thing. I don't know if I hit the wrong button and like fucked it all up. I don't know. It logged me out. Let's see what it does. I log back into it. Let's see. It's probably like 9,000.0, honestly. It's over 9,000. I haven't heard the song in so long, I don't remember the words. And your friends that I'll never see again. It's still 0.2 size font. I'm having a crisis. What is happening in my crisis? Hey, thank you so much for the 26 months, Cyogenics. Welcome, welcome. That is worth fireworks. Not just party hat. Fireworks. Everywhere. But like the silent kind. Drone fireworks. Why aren't drone fireworks more of a thing? There was a drone when we were walking out of work the other day. Someone was flying it around. I usually get mad at them, but I was in a good mood. I waved at it. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the 26 months. You are awesome. You got an amazing human alert up in here. Thank you so mucho. Thank you for supporting the Streams Dreams project. Thank you for being your wonderful, wonderful self. Oops. Forgot to denote. Don't fall, phone. Emote only over on Twitch. Okay. Tank test. Na, 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 na. A, B, C, D, E, F, U. Been musical all day today. I don't know why. It comes and goes in phases and stages. Tank. Okay. Let me flip us around. Trying to think of the next line after. And that shit you call art. And your broke ass car. I think your broke ass car is next. I don't think your car is a broke ass car, probably, but I think that's the last line. Did someone say phase? We won the other day, and I was so excited, and then we lost. Who is our IGL right now? I think it's Twist, but I don't know. I think I'm getting confused from when he was traded back and then back over. Who is Phase's current IGL CS? It is Twist. I thought so. We lost against Paravision. I don't remember who we won against, though. It should be in my notice still. Flip down, you fucking cunt. Who did we win against? Bet Boom. When does Falcons play again? Move my camera back. I guess we can search this as a group project. Group project. I'm watching Dota and Falcons are doing pretty well. Ooh. I feel like all the teams that do poorly, well, Falcons really isn't doing poorly in Counter-Strike right now. But I feel like most teams that like have multiple teams for multiple games, right? They play really well in Dota versus like anything else. No, not results. I'm looking for teams. Teams or ranking? Give me the menu. Ranking. Oh, we're #1 right now. Go Kerrigan. That's our boy. That's our boy. That's our boy. Open! Oh. They updated like everything about the site and the app, but I still don't know how it works yet. What'd I do? #20! Woo! Wait, where's Nips? Oh, really? I thought they were ranked way higher. Okay, JK. To the new age, welcome to the... Stop. I got happy trigger clicker hands tonight. I think FaZe only has COD and Counter-Strike. I could be wrong though, but that's what I ever see anything about like their main account posting is COD and Counter-Strike. I think that's all we've got. I cut my nails today and they feel weird. I don't like that feeling of after. Look at my poor thumb compared to like my regular thumb. I've dremeled my thumb down to nothing. When do we play again? No upcoming matches. Okay. No upcoming match. Oh. No Counter-Strike for Serena. I don't really feel like watching anything tonight, but I should be able to see you guys a couple of days this week at least. Why is this showing up so weird? I hate looking at this on PC. I want to look at it on my phone. Wildcard. They're North American team, yes. Nips plays at 5 a.m. We're not staying up until 5 a.m. No fun allowed! Oh, that's all that's like good tomorrow? 30 max and heroic would be good, but that's 7:30. What weird timings. How did I even flip to the next day? Oh. What's going on this? Wait, the 16th is when Doodle goes in. I may or may not be able to stream on the 16th. I work until 1, and then I have to take Doodle to his recheck appointment by 2:15. And then get Doodle back home and then go back to work because there's a fat-ass golden retriever coming in. Like, I don't have any more bookings in the evening, but at least so far, not yet. I could. You never know. But my coworker needs help lifting him, so I have to go back, which is fine. Like, if I ever need help lifting a dog and I'm solo, I want to be able to reach out and say, like, please help me. Please help me. It's a 70 to 100 pound golden. Goldens are not meant to get that big. So either it's like a Newfie mix, or there's the most beautiful dog in the other day that was a Newfie golden. But I meant to say Great Pyrenees. Either it's like a Great Pyre golden mix or something, but like, I don't know. 70 to 100 pounds, because we price by weight. So it's like under 20 pounds, 20 to 40 pounds, 40 to 70 pounds, and then 70 to 100 pounds, and then 100 plus is how pricing is based on. It's gonna be a fat ass golden. I wonder if I can find what it looked like though. I should have taken a picture. This dog was beautiful. It was a Newfie golden mix, but it was all black, so it was like a black golden retriever. It was beautiful. Oh my god, there it is. It's, not that. Not that. That's too fluffy. What exactly did he look like? He looked just like that. He was so beautiful. His name was Watson. I kept asking him if he had a brother named Sherlock at home. His name was Watson. I think we're about to enter Clifford the Big Red Dog territory there. No, that's Ringo. Ringo is Rifford, the big black dog. We do have some quite large dogs coming in, though. One of my vet techs recently adopted a Cane Corso named Shrimp. Shrimp is very big, and Shrimp is going to come in soon, which I'm excited for. Welcome, Smoops. Hope you're having a good night so far. There was a dog in Back to the Future. I only saw Back to the Future like once, and I didn't pay attention, honestly. I just like seeing the DeLorean at conventions. Maybe that's what they named him after. Oh, the dog was named Einstein. Dang. He was beautiful, though. Such a good temperament, such good demeanor, such a good dog. That one's kind of like prissy looking, but such a good dog. A golden Newfie. He was so beautiful. I loved him. There's really not much good CS this week. What's Friday? Real quick, I want to look at Friday, and then we'll get on to the zoo and the kitchen and all the places where women belong in this world. Oh, they're still figuring out the steak? Steak is sponsoring attorney? I think they sponsor at least one team. I just don't remember which. Women belong in the zoo and women belong in the kitchen. We'll be in both places today. Well, I mean, like, it's more or less like the cooking and caregiving role. We will be taking care of the children and cooking tonight. We are modern trad wifing, Club Cult. We got this. Let me flip us around. Do you guys like the little fireworks I drew on my board? They're just fancy asterisks. I'm so creative. There was effort there, but it was like 1%. All for you, Club Cult. All for you. Everything for you. There we go. Flippy, flippy. My hair is getting so long. Like, it's going places. I need to bleach it again because my roots are atrocious, but like, sheesh. Sponsoring a tournament makes sense. The gambling companies always win. Stick does sponsor a team. I just don't remember which one, or they're one of the sponsors. Bye, Serena. Oh, dang, they sponsor too. Vitality and Astralis. I knew I saw it on someone's uniform recently. Or jersey, I guess, not uniform. Whatever. Green coffee with, but I'm gonna pit stop it into the kitchen. And then we'll turn around and go in with Peebs and Claudia. PB has a UTI again. Downside. But PB and Claudia are best good friends now. Upside. Well, sometimes. PB plays a little bit too rough for her, actually. But Claudia tolerates it well. And PB stops, like, right as she's getting too rough. I have a paper straw, and I'm waiting for it to melt inside of my cup and just, like, turn to sludgy pulp. Hi, Slavka. I love you. Little wild bean. Blurp, 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 blurp. Hello, Claudine. I'm stuck in the doorway. There we go. I got the big, ugly, no peepees allowed blanket on my bed in here. Vitality team for Dota got completely dumpstered during qualifiers. So I feel like it's the opposite like that too, where good teams in CS are bad in Dota, but if they're bad in CS, they're good in Dota. I don't know. The last time I looked at any Dota standings, Liquid was doing really well. I think Cloud9 has Dota too. I think. All saying Dota is doing is making that song go in my head. In Swedish. Whatever it is. Put it on YouTube. Oh, I have to use my phone for the remote. Do I have the Roku remote on here? I don't think so. Dang it. I lost the remote. Can someone find the remote for me in here? I haven't seen the remote for the TV in like 2 weeks. Or the remote for the Roku. I cannot find it under or around anything, anywhere. It has to be here. It didn't just grow legs and walk away. But I cannot find it fucking anywhere. Hi, Petey. I love you. Come here, let me love you. I love you, you cute little big scrump. Little big scrump. I love you. Ah, okay. Where did the remote go, children? Did it go under here and I like shoved it under with the pillow? No. I don't think Peony is gonna hide under there anymore. I can just go up there. Don't pee on my pillow. She already peed on one of the other pillows. So it's cleaning stuff on it right now. Yeah, the bass under song. Paper straws make you question how much you love turtles. Girl love the turtles. Girl love the turtles. I don't know. I don't know if the kitty stole it. I don't know where it went. I would assume it fell off the bed somewhere, but it's not under the blankets. I can't find it around anything. I'm gonna search for it again, because why not? Claudia does get a little bit jelly. Right now, she's like, I'll just look out the window then, since you don't want to pay attention to me. As she blends in with the curtains. But it has to be here somewhere. If anyone sees purple, it has a purple silicone, not jerking it off, it has a purple silicone thing on it. I don't think they could actually pick it up and drag it away though. Like, what desire would they have to do that? I don't understand. Where is it? It's not over here. Oh, there's a candle on the floor, so... You stinker! You're stealing my shit! Okay, it might be under here, because I just found a candle and a vape. Is it under here? There's something else. Oh no, it's just a cord. Dang it. It's under my yoga mat. Oh my god, I found it! Ah! It's under my yoga mat. Okay. I want that song. Otherwise it won't leave my head. Or maybe it'll get more stuck in my head now. I don't know. I found it! This has been missing for so long! I am so hyped. I came across not a new movie, but an old movie that I've never seen before. Actually, I don't know how old it is. It was called Romance and Cigarettes. My man James Gandolfini was in it. But it was really cool. It was kind of like musically. I was doing my board earlier and I just put on a random channel on like the Roku Live TV. And I found it. And it was interesting to watch. I didn't watch all of it, but I watched maybe like 40 minutes of it. And it was neat. PB, you're in front of the thing. Dota. I'm singing it in my head, but I don't dare sing it without the song playing because I'll sound ridiculous. Because I don't speak Swedish. I try, but I don't succeed. Why is the official video 3 minutes and 56 seconds, but like the song from the album is 5 minutes and 48 seconds? We're going to put on the longer one. It's probably really quiet. The volume turned down to like 3. Throwback. See me dance with me. I love you, Stinky. It looks pink. It's like a light purple. Maybe from afar it looks pink with like the lights down on it, but it's purple. Purple. You know, it's whatever we want it to be. It's a choose your own adventure. With enough confidence, you can sing in any language. Is confidence code for alcohol? Someone did basically steal a song and put English lyrics to it. Something about seeing you smiling. I do remember that one. It's not as good as the original, though. I prefer not knowing what's happening in the song and just vibing to it. That is my preference. Okay, it's pastel pink. It's choose your own adventure. Whatever we want it to be. Claudia, you want to participate in the musical stylings of existence? Come here. Liquid cat. I hear you, man. I've heard this so long. Evie is gonna pee on this if I don't leave it. I know she will. I don't want that to happen. That would not be ideal. Not terrible, just sometimes incorrect, but justifiably incorrect. Unless you have a Serena being a bitch ass. And then it is still justifiable, but I am also consequentially a bitch ass. Nadia, come here. Come here. Come hang out. Once again, everyone's kind of sick of me already for the day because I've been home. I only had to run out once today. That's to pick up meds for PB. He's just lying around. You had twice? I wish she would fetch. We're working on fetch. No, PB's creeping on the side here. Where is your pipe cleaners? There's one. There should be more. Oh, they're playing. See, they're friends now. PB gets like the domineering stance though, and then she gets too rough. She doesn't know a gentle mouth. You know, like when dogs are like mouthy, but they bite too hard. PB bites too hard. Don't hurt her. Let's throw a toy at your head. PB is ferocious. It makes sense that she would be a little too rough though. Like she didn't have mom or siblings to like correct her as a baby. So it's good that Claudia is kind of like reacting the way that she is. She tells PB when she's being too rough. Claudia isn't rough though. She doesn't even take out her claws while playing. She's so nice with her. And PB is just kind of a dick. But she'll learn. When she plays with Slavko, she'll really learn. Don't pee on my bed, preferably. I mean, you can. There's the blanket, but please don't. Please don't. Oh, the song ended. Got your bird TV back on? Hello, monkey. Dude, Claudia, you can come and play. She gets like all butthurt that PB beat her up. Now you're gone. Realize my love for you was strong. Hee. Yo, listen up, here's a story about a little guy who lives in a blue world. And all day and all night, everything he sees is just blue like him. Inside and outside, blew his town with a blue little window and a blue Corvette. It was on the suggestion. I couldn't help it. And then I'll stop brainworming us all. PB does have that murderous look on her face where Claudia looks like she's playing. Yeah, PB takes it too seriously. I really should have let her and Voya play more. Like, Voya would have pinned her down and, like, showed her what's up. But I didn't want to stress out Voya, so I just let them hang out a little bit. But she'll learn with everyone else. Slavka will take her ass down. Not that I want the cats to be mean to each other, but, like, you have to learn social graces. Which Slavka doesn't have, but that will actually come in handy with PB. Get Serena karaoke tonight. Oh, God. For a couple of songs, maybe. Maybe. Just maybe. Tank scratched me earlier, and it looks like I cut myself shaving. She slapped me. He said, "Bitch, give me snacks. Give me snacks." Song always makes you think of the movie Big Fat Liar. Oh. Now it always, I don't think it ever reminded me of anything until I started playing Just Dance. And now I have the choreography for the Just Dance of this in my head for, like, how it goes. I have that for a few songs now. I've ruined songs that I've overplayed on Just Dance. Because all I hear in my head, even when I hear it while I'm driving, all I can see in my head is, like, the motions that I'm supposed to make. The scene where they put blue dye in the bad guy's pool. Oh my gosh. I've been following an account on Instagram where they're dyeing their pond different colors. They've done blue, they've done green, they've done pink. And every time they do it, the dog jumps in while they're pouring the dye. So they end up dyeing the dog too. Which, it's fine. It's like vegetable dye. It's animal safe. It's going in like a lake pond thing with fish, etc. But it's so funny. Every time they pour it in, then you just hear, "Bubby, no!" Because Bubby's jumping in the water. Oh my god. Karaoke and dancing? I don't know. I played Just Dance on stream twice before, and I got horribly roasted each time. So I'm a little apprehensive about that. Maybe. Maybe. If that's what the people want, we'll figure it out. Perhaps. Maybe. 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 I have, like, no rhythm, though. I follow the steps and, like, do the things, but, like, I'm not a dancer. Does the dye affect the fish? I don't think it, like, changes their color, but it's certainly not unhealthy for them to, like, drink or breathe. Because fish have gills. It's animal safe. Oh no, that'll get stuck in my head. Scatman. Ski-ba-ba-da-ba-da. Oh, here's the remix one. All I ever wanted was to see you smiling. Some fish are pretty sensitive to pH. I mean, it's not like a nice pond, like a koi pond, like they're out in the boo-foo bumfuck country. So I would assume the fish are pretty adaptable out there. I would assume. I mean, how could they not drink water? They're swimming through it. They just, like, photosynthesize or hydrosynthesize, I guess. Would that be the word? They absorb the water that way. Like, I've only ever seen a dehydrated fish when it's out of water, so it must hydrate with the water, but, like, also breathe it. No, it takes it in and then it changes the water it pulls the oxygen out of the water or something. I don't know. I'm not a fish. I don't quite know how that works. I mean, I'm not bad playing it. It's just not like, I'm not like a K-pop idol, you know? Like, I'm not like moving my body like perfectly to every motion. There's not like emphasis in there of practice. It's just like playing Simon Says. Simon Says do this, so I do this. It's not bad, it's just not good. I don't know. There's a beetle that keeps a bubble under its shell that uses to breathe and it dives underwater and it can stay underwater for 15 minutes. Are those the little, like, well, they're not really little, maybe like yay big, like size of like a dried black bean kind of water bugs? I think I've seen those fishing. They like around, but there's usually a little bubble around them. Claudia, you gotta stop scratching on the wallpaper over there. She's shredding it. PB, you're cute. You're cute. I don't know what it would be called. I always just called them water bugs. Because they're bugs on the water. Are they American native? Good bath time, Claudia. I'd be curious what it's called. I want to look it up on the PC. And get PB to play Just Dance. Ow, 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 you're scratching my armpit. Ow, your nails are really long. Ow. 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 There's like little black beady bugs that... Where I lost the remote again. There it is. That go across the water. Maybe it's the same thing. Maybe it's not. Okay. Bird TV is back in play. Back in play. Do you want to play or do you just want to be bopped around, Miss TV? I love you. I'm gonna grab a sweater. I'm cold out of my lizard lights. Actually, we gotta pop back that way and I see you Gunther needs his inhaler. Blurp. That's better. Making PB play Just Dance seems like a quick recipe for cat acupuncture. Probably. Honestly, she probably is trying to figure out how to operate the remote. She is a child of the 21st century. She's wagging her tail like, yes, I'll figure it out. I can do it. I can do anything. I can do anything. Anything you can do, I can do better. Because I'm PB, and I'm better than you. And I'm not even gonna argue with you, because yes, you are. You're the best thing ever. I love her so much. She's so tiny and cute. Claudia, come here and hang out. She hides in this corner. Not like hides, but creeps in this corner behind the curtain so that she tempts PB to play with her. But PB is baby with the ADHD, and PB is just doing her own thing in the world. Poor Claudia is just waiting for play. Claudine, come here, baby machine. Well, you're spades, so you're not a baby machine, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean, string bean. Blurp, 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 blurp. Little Claudia. Claudine. Bloop. PB is a tech baby. Could probably teach us all how to use the remote. But I was cleaning out my phone weeks ago, and I was losing storage, and like before it completely had a mental breakdown, I came across an old picture that I took of, in case I needed to redraw it, a piece of scratch paper where I drew out everything that my grandpa needed to know to use the TV remote for it, and like step-by-step instructions. Because he kept pressing the input button and then taking himself out of like the main TV part, and then he would get lost with the whole thing. So it started with like instructions for that, but like I drew the whole remote and like what buttons he needs to press, and it was cute. It was a fun little memory to come across. Oh, PB, you're doing things. You're behind the wrong curtain. Goofy. She's so big but so small. Get her. She's still only like a little over 5 pounds, even though she's physically getting bigger. I think she's not really gonna get too much bigger though. Maybe she'll cap out at like 6 pounds. Because she's already like 8 months old. I think. Today you're how many weeks old? Oh, I'm behind on the time. 6:30. She was 30 weeks old. Let me pull up the calendar really quick. That's the clock. 30 weeks, 31 weeks. She's 32 weeks old today, which, be nice to her. I'm tired. How do I do this math? 32 divided by what will tell me how many weeks old she is. I don't do math. Look at this photograph. Every one of them is a cat. We gotta remix that one. Had a similar situation with your grandma. You ended up just removing the buttons from the remote that she shouldn't press. That's smart. I should have done that, honestly. Get it. Get it, get it. Get it, get it. 32 divided by what? Why am I brain farting on this? How do I find out how many months she is if she's 32 weeks old? 32 divided by 4? Divided by 4. Well, I know that how many weeks she is. I want to know how many months. Ah. She is going to be 8 months old. She is 8 months old. Exactly. The answer is 8. Damn. How are you so little and so old? This is this tiny little tot of a thing. Big stretch. PB big stretch. She is very long though, but she's proportionate. I really don't think she's gonna get much bigger. If it weren't for Claudia moving, she'd be invisible. I know. She blends into the curtain so much. It's her little iron curtain, I call it. Oh, roly poly PB. Roly poly PB. Roly poly PB. Hello. I love you. No, we're gonna cuddle. You're gonna learn how to cuddle. You're gonna learn. Maybe not today, but you're gonna learn. You're gonna figure it out. I love you. I love you. This is like a perching snuggle. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. You want to go over there, and you want me to pet you. Like, how do you want me to accomplish this? That's nonsensical. It's nonsense. Purely nonsense. Now your butt's in my face. Kitty, 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 kitty. That wind is probably very annoying on Bird TV. Quiet, Bird TV. Quiet yourself. She's a baby. You're so little. Like, she's 2 hands big. If you were a pony, you'd be the tiniest pony there ever was. You measure ponies like this, not like this, but still. My little PB, my little PB. Oh, my little PB. Ba da 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 da. My little PB. Do 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 do. And Claudia's jealousy. Come here and play with Peeps, my little kitty. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. You're gonna roly poly down. Wee! 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 There you go, Claudia. Okay. I got pounced on. She's back in her little creepy corner. Go zoom, my children. Go zoom. Go zoom. PB is just like not snuggly. Every once in a while she'll curl up on my chest, but even though she's like domesticated and socialized now, she's still, I would assume, feral born. Because she's just weird. She's not like the typical snuggly baby kitten. Which I guess some kittens are like naturally more independent than others, but I would assume that she's more born feral or semi-feral than not. Yes, you would love me. You would love me. Having to answer exact questions by being asked what's become bad with the work I'm doing right now. Oh no. Oh no. Put PB in charge. She'll fix everything. Or break it even more, but in a manageably broken way. They're playing grab ass now. Do you guys just not like playing on camera? Like. No, don't eat her food. Claudia. Claudia. Thank you. Claudia's a good listener. I'm very proud of her. Aw, Sprawls. I love you, Mommy. I love you. I love you, I love you. You're so cute and sweet. Claudia's sprawling. Peebs is sprawling. You just got two sprawling girlies. All you got is kitty feet. Free feet. One time and one time only. Free feet everywhere. 4 paws up. Hi, Betty. Hi, Betty. Hi, bye-bye. Hi, bye-bye. Hi, bye-bye. Play with Peebs. See, PB just goes in with her teeth. She needs to be humbled. And now she's putting herself to bed. She says, okay, snark, snark, memes. Let me give you a smooch. I'll go grab Bear's inhaler and then cook. I love you. I love you. You be a good girl. Be a good girl. Da, my kushka. Claudia. I love you, darling. Bloop, 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 bloop. She's back in her little spot like, why can't PB come back out to play? Because she put herself to bed. She said it's PB bedtime. PB likes her boundaries. Alright, Gunther inhaler, and then kitchen. Hopefully not bitchin' in the kitchen, but we shall see. Hello, Chong. I want to make mushrooms, I want to make burgers, I want to make tofu, and I think I want to make some roasted garlic, which will be a little time consuming to peel. But if I'm going to run the oven anyway, I might as well make some roasted garlic. Because it's so good. And I like having the oil during the week. I end up eating it all in like one sitting the night that I make it. So that's why I made 2 batches last time. But I like the flavor of the oil. It's good on my potatoes. Get a sip of water. Gunther. Gunther has a kind of improper delivery with his inhaler because he doesn't like it smushed all up to his face. So if anyone is looking for education on how to give their cats inhalers, use YouTube, not me, because Gunther just mostly gets it versus fully gets it. Because he will not tolerate it directly on his face. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good job. It really should be like all the way up on their face, but he will not tolerate that, so we do our best. We do our best. Slavka, fuck off. She just wants to be everywhere. She is all that in a bag of chips. Good job, buddy. I'm proud of you. Do you want a couple cookies? Slavka, be mindful. Zeke, there's cookies. Cookies! You did amazing. You want some Zekers? Piggy! Oh, there you are. Come here. Come here. Use your brain. Come here. Zeke, use your brain. Come on. You were almost there. Come on, Zeke. Up. I'm not giving them to you in this corner. Stop hitting me. Your snacks are over here. Zeke. Zeke, brain cells. Zeke, brain cells. Zeke. I'm head up. Zeke. Come on, you can do it. Don't put your ass in the camera. There you go. Gunther gets a few more. One more for Zeke. Slavka! I told you no. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Just listen to your mother. My God, you crazy child. There you go. What is love? Gunther is love. Gunther did so good. I'm very proud of him. He doesn't like it, but he tolerates it. Oh my God, Zeke. Okay, you're a one-trick pony tonight. There you go. You can have that there. I give up. Brain activity 0. Cat 101. Zeke he has like a one-track mind. He doesn't think well-roundedly. Just like, this is here. I have it here. Versus like, let me venture forth to this thing. Yummy, yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Yummy, 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 yummy. I bought Gunther some goat cheese when I was at the store the other day, and he's been loving that too. Really, cats shouldn't have cheese like at all, but like cow is worse than like other cheeses. That one's more tolerable. And he's been loving those crumbles. I give him some while I'm having my dinner. He loves them. It smells interesting. I don't know how to describe it. He likes it though. I love you, baby gun. You did very good. What is your respiration at right now? Well, I can't do it when you're moving around. $44, which is not bad. With his inhaler, he's gotten down to 36, which is awesome. I'm so proud of him. Goat cheese smells like goats? I don't think so. Goats smell like hay. Goat cheese smells like salty, but not like the same salty as like cow cheese. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it.
Goats smell good though. They smell like hay. They smell like farm. I love farm smells. Even when it smells like poop, I still love farm smells. One of my favorite smells in the world actually is soybean fields. I think that is like the most sweetest, decadent. Oh, just if I could bottle it and keep it forever, I would. I love, love, love the smell of soybean fields. There used to be a carnival we'd go to every summer that was next to a soybean field like every other year because they rotate crops. Hello, Slavka. You're going to help me cook today? Oh, maybe I want to make some muffins too. And it was always my favorite when we'd leave at night and just like there'd be fireflies in the field and hi, Charlie. The smell of the soybeans and it was so delicious. I don't know where I'm going to put us. I guess over here for the time being ish. I will be rotating a bitty bit. Hello, Slavushka Maruska. I don't know what I want to start with. What cooks the longest? I guess the tofu. I went to a different grocery store too, and they didn't have like refrigerated tofu. This is like shelf stable tofu, so I don't know how it's gonna go. Hi, Boyd. Boyd says hello. She's blending into the runner thingy, but oh, hello, Void. Welcome to the show. She's so brave about coming upstairs now. I'm so proud of her. Slavka, I know that's your mommy. That is your mommy. Everyone's been on a diet for the last week, so I think Void and Charlie are looking a little more trim. So I don't think cats naturally hunt in like a pack mentality like dogs or wolves do. But the other night, Slavka and Void carried out a coup on Charlie. Slavka came in from one angle and Void was flanking from the other side of the cat tunnel. It was hilarious to see. Like, I know bonded cats like interact with the world differently than, you know, the average bear, but it was the wildest thing. I've never seen cats like flank like that before. It was so cool. Like, you little wild wolves. Wild wolves. I think fireflies are cute. They're one of the few bugs that I actually like. I found a new chain. I want to put a boy on here. There. I guess they are kind of funny looking, but they're less ugly than most other bugs. Other bugs really disgust me. My coworker found a really cool beetle today at work, and she texted me a picture of it. It looked like a green scarab. I can't remember what she said it was called, though. Like, you can be friends with the... She likes bugs and birds, and I like cats. And, like, you can befriend all of the wild bugs and birds. I will befriend all of the wild cats. How's that? Made a pact. There. Now we have Backup and Voya. All together perfect. Marvelous. I don't know how strong this chain is. We'll see. Oh, I wasn't there. I was off today. But she sent me a picture of it. It was all green and shiny and pretty. If I remember, I'll show it later when we're back at desktop. Alright, let's see. How creaky. Want this for MUFON. I'm sure Slavka is going to be very helpful, and by very helpful, I mean very clean. That is for MUFONs. And for my garlic, for my burgers and my mushrooms. Don't need these. And then I want creaky. This and this for my tofu. Blurp, 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 blurp. I'm just gonna preheat the oven now. 400. I don't like cooking in the oven during the day because it's so fucking hot. And then the AC has to work harder. I know you don't like the fan on. I'm sorry, Boyd. Here, I don't need to put it on yet. I can turn it off for a little bit. I don't need it on yet. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I went to the grocery store that my dad shops at because they had some good deals on other stuff, but they don't have refrigerated tofu anymore. It's shelf stable. I'm sure it'll be fine, but like it's weird. It's very weird to me. I mean, I probably would have shrieked if I saw the beetle in person, but getting a picture of it was pretty cool. He was all like just shiny and green and beautiful. He was gorgeous. Gorgeous, darling. Hello, baby. Like Hello Kitty, but cuter. Like Hello Kitty, but cuter. Where's my mushrooms? Mushrooms! I don't know if I want to make one pack or both packs. Probably both packs if there's room on pan. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. I want my music out here. Yeah, Beyond Burgers this time because they were like, I don't know, 40 something cents cheaper than the Impossibles. The last time I got the Impossibles, they were a buy one, get one 50% off. So I got those, but the Beyond were like 40 cents cheaper this week. Change this phone. I can vibe with that. Puppy! Puppy, 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 puppy. Tofu is gonna go for 40 minutes. The burgers and mushrooms are gonna go for 20, and the muffins go for 15. So let's sort out the tofu first. Oh, and the garlic. I can put the garlic in at any time minus the muffins, though. I'm debating if I wanted to do garlic. Yes, because I'm putting the oven on. Why wouldn't I? Of course, I want to do the garlic. I like my little doggy bed step stool over here. I want something just like this. There you go. Where's my camera's fuzzy? Are you dirty? Dirty birdie. There we go. Or maybe I'm just a blurry creature today. Do I have to cut this open? Is it gonna be watery? I wonder. It doesn't sound watery. Like there's no like sloosh, sloosh, sloosh when I shake it. Oh, that's wet. JK. It's wet. It's tofu. Oh, it's all like my house. It's like a different texture. I kind of like that more, honestly. It's not really very wet at all, though. Can you just shake it out? Oh, that didn't work very well. It's not supposed to be pre-sectioned. Dang it. Dang it, Bobby. Oh, fucking flying pill. God damn it. It fell into dog hair. I have to rinse it. Jesus. Don't do that. I wonder how well this will like actually cut up. Maybe I'll just crumble it. That didn't work out too great. It's not a fail, it's just a readjustment. You have to readjust your expectations in life. You know, not much in life is perfect. You can't expect it to be. So you can just keep your flexibility options open and prepare to divert as necessary. Nothing is ever a problem. Under my name. I think I will just do like bite chunks. Still gonna need to cut up like the bigger pieces, but my home, my home, my home, my home. There, those can just go in there. Maybe I only need one pan. I feel like this is a smaller like portion size than the big container. Like 2 of these would make up what the big container is probably like the same width as this. So 2 of these is probably one of those. Like grease the pan for no reason, that's not the end of the world. Oh my god. Like OMG. Hello, Charlie Bear. Do you want some tofu? I don't think so. I think you're Charlie. Yes, you're Charlie. Before you go. I got this the other day. I did some chicken tendies with it. Chili lime. It was good. It was very, very good. This is definitely more fragile. But I think it'll be good. Pibby, are you eating tofu? Yes, you are. That's not meat, but okay. Charlie, it's tofu. You don't want it. Oh my god. There. That one's ready to go. Now we know what we're doing with these. I'm gonna open this one more mindfully. Oh, there's still a piece of tofu in here. Where are they? Get in that pan. Thank you. Protein prep. Summertime sadness. Summertime sadness. I like this mix, but I do like the original more. Lana. Lana! That was almost your name, Slavka, and honestly, that should have been your name. But it's good that it's not. Bloop, bloop. No such thing as a fail with cooking because it's an art. Well, I guess unless it like turns out to taste bad, but you have to be a really bad cook to make something that tastes bad. Spread the Earl. Chunkets. Or they're just for fun pieces. Yeah. So it's not very firm for being extra firm tofu. It's a lie. It's a scam. You're done. Done. I got some tofu water over here. It's better. Better. I like using paper towels, but I don't feel like there's a better way to wring that out. Early night for you. Get some good Z's, the Mantover. Thank you for making the time to stop by. Save you a plate. You want burgers? You want mushrooms? You want tofu? You want muffins? I'll just put it all together for you. How's that? I'll be waiting in the microwave for you to heat up. Have you had the best good rest? Thank you for taking time to be here tonight. I have missed you, BBs, immensely, and I'm very grateful to see you all. This has salt and pepper in it. Let's just use this. It's avocado toast seasoning. Because I was using not smart brain eyes when I bought this. I was looking for everything seasoning, like for everything bagels. And instead I got avocado toast seasoning. I wasn't thinking. But I really thought avocado toast seasoning would be everything seasoning. But it has some garlic powder in it, I think. Sea salt, garlic, black pepper, red pepper, sodium, aluminum, and anti-caking. Natural extractives of lime. Blimey. Just do that. It would help if you weren't stuck to the bottom. There you go. It's almost empty and I just want to get rid of it. I'm over it. Probably put some of it on the burgers too. Can I put cumin on one of the burgers again? That was so fucking good. I would not have expected that to be like a really good solo spice for burgers. Like just salt, pepper, and cumin. But it turned out marvelous. Still preheating. They should have some time for garlic then. Enjoy your garlic shake. You're happy, you're cold, you're yes and you're not. You're out, you're up and you're down. My arms are tired. Did a lot of lifting in the past days and today. I cleaned a lot today and organized a lot today. Arms are tired. Gotta switch hands to jork it. The seasoning, not me. So otherwise my wrist bends in a painful angle. Shout out to doing dog nails. That's why my wrist has been hurting so much. So I hold paws like this. And now this wrist always hurts. But my like scissoring and clippering arm is fine. But this wrist is going wonky from holding dog paws like that. Because you scoop them around, like how you would imagine like horses getting shoes on. A muffin burger just sounds like a good idea. Well, I mean, there's like donut burgers, isn't there? Where people use donuts instead of the bun. I'm gonna make blueberry muffins though. I don't know how good that would be with a burger. Like your avocado toast with just black pepper. I like a little bit of lemon juice and salt and pepper, and sometimes a little bit of red pepper flakes. Cumin is what makes taco taste like taco. So why did it make my burger taste like sausage? I like sausage. In my mouth, it tastes like sausage. I've always wanted to try a donut burger. I feel like that would be delicious. Peanut butter and jelly burger, though, I'm torn about. I don't think I would try making that at home. If I ever went to like a crazy bougie vegan place and they had like a peanut butter and jelly and posse, I would probably try it. let's put these in. It's done preheating. Timer 40 minutes. There's nothing else in the oven, right? No. Okay. I always scare myself. Too many minutes. Too many minutes. Too many minutes. Too many minutes. Okay. I'm gonna plate up the burgers and the mushrooms and then start smushing the garlic. It's gonna make a huge mess. I'm screaming, na 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 na. These aspire today, so we gotta cook them. Ah, don't flip over. Wow, they put like 4 papers on the bottom of this. That's excessive. Booga. Ooga booga booga. Okay, stack up. Put the cumin. We're not putting cinnamon on it. We're putting cumin on it, Serena. I still have so many herbs from my garden. Makes me so happy. This is a bunch of thyme. It's a bunch of rosemary. No, this one's the rosemary. This is dried chive. I need to use these eventually. There's the cumin. Is this one open? No. What is the open cumin? I never remember what spices I have in or out of stock and just go on like my best guess when I'm replacing things at the store. The mushrooms are just gonna go in as is. My fridge is breaking, so everything is wet. I'm hoping it'll last until like back to school time, and then I can buy another mini fridge. But I don't need a full size fridge. I'm just one human. I have like a mini fridge. I'm hoping it hangs on until back to school time, because then they'll all be on sale for the college kids. It makes me sad whenever I cook mushrooms now. Because whenever they would get to like that perfect point of like cooked where they're kind of smoky, Marbles would always freak out and be the fire marshal. She doesn't do that anymore. She's not here. Cooking mushrooms now makes me sad. But I also love mushrooms, so I'm not going to stop. But these are big. Look at it. It looks like a butt. It's a butt shroom. It's not a mushroom, it's a butt shroom. Sounds gross though. It sounds like you got fungus on your butt. I just licked raw meat, but it's not raw meat, so fine. Tartar! A taste of the tartar! Okay, these are ready to go in at the 20-minute point. If I can be swift with the garlic, this will work out perfect. However, I know I will not be swift with the garlic, because it takes a while to cook up, but it's fine. I did dishes today, so like everything is at the ready. I didn't do dishes for like 2 weeks. It was bad. It was stinky. Hi, baby girl. Garlic. Garlic, garlic. And where's my cutting board? Excuse me. Use a big knife. Ah. Oh, this goes in the recycle too. Ah, I dropped you guys. It was the Beyond Burger. So it was 40 cents cheaper than the Impossible this week. Impossible is almost always on sale for buy one, get one half off. So that's why I tend to get Impossible. But that wasn't on sale this week, and Beyond was 40 cents cheaper than one Impossible. They taste the same. I feel like when you get them in a package where it looks like ground beef, it's like the same amount. But I feel like when you get burger, like the pre-made burgers, the Beyond ones tend to be a little bit thicker, I think. I don't know why. Just put some oil over the mushrooms. I'd like to have a bowl to put the garlic in. See that. Standing on a squishy dog bed, and I might not be able to have like the oomph to press down on them standing on the side. I need to move Ty's bed. These are big cloves though. I like this garlic. Spice World garlic. Isn't that the same brand as Jarlic? Isn't Jarlic Spice World? Or one of the brands of Jarlic? I am gonna have to work this. Saying much. Bippy, where'd your shorts go? You lost your shorts. Are they downstairs? You always lose them downstairs. Hi, Charlie. They are downstairs. They're checking. Oh my God. She must rub on like a piece of furniture or something that knocks them off her butt. Come here. You need shorts on. You're a messy lady. You're in your old lady era. You don't hold your ladder. There you go. Shorts acquired. Doot. Doot, doot. Garlic. I mean, I would lick the jar of garlic because I love garlic, but the pre-minced garlic, whatever it is. I don't want to smush it. I just want to make the skin come off easy. A tiny smush. Put you guys over here so I can keep an eye on ya and point fucking size 2 font. Oh, I didn't smush you. Nothing to lose. Fly away, fly away. That's too loud. Someone yell at me. I don't know. I find this garlic to be the most easy to peel, though. It's not at every store, though. Now my fingers are gonna smell like garlic. Smells so good. Mmm. Delicious. Put on the show. I wanna see how you lose control. Sneaky skin. Make a great escape. So baby, don't worry. Garlic and onion are the best cooking smells. Yes, they are. They're so delicious. It is perfect. I love the garlic. It doesn't quite agree with me, but I don't care. This is my new favorite food obsession, is roasted garlic. I've only ever had it from a restaurant before, and I really am enjoying making it at home. It's not like cheap to order. It's so much more worth it just to make it at home. And most times at restaurants, they cook it in the skin too, and then you have to like blurp it out, and you don't get all of it, and it's wasteful. It's not worth the money. Not worth the money, honey. See, just from one bowl, it makes a whole bowl of roasted garlic. So we can do 2, and then make 2, and maybe it'll last me 2 or 3 days then. But then I'll have garlic oil all week. I'm excited. I'm very excited. Garlic salt is very good. Oh, I like it. I love salt though. That's one of my problems. Like, I really hope I never have an issue with sodium because I fucking love salt. Put that away. I bought a lemon too, and it's so big. Like, they were all this size. I didn't go out of my way just to get a big lemon. I feel like lemons are usually like yay big. There's bonus lemon to my lemon. Every once in a while, I crave lemon. Not very like consistently, but every once in a while. Like, I want to put lemon in my tea. These cloves are so big. They spread out so nice. Garlic butt. The booty. Is the lemon really big, or does it just look big next to you? It really is big. It's like apple sized. I feel like lemons are usually like plum sized. Must be lemon season. I don't know. Where's the other? Oh, it's right there. I saw something recently about putting all of these, like, while they're unpeeled in a bag, and then hitting them with a hammer, or like a mallet, like a meat mallet, but not the pokey side, like the flat side. I'd like to try that at some point soon. I think I have a meat mallet. I do, it's just somewhere. I have a cheese grater. I didn't know that. I've never used it. The tag is still on it. I don't know where my meat mallet went. Now I'm warm because I'm next to the oven. I need oven or lizard lights to be comfy. Otherwise, it's cold. Size 2 font will be the death of me. Get some big lemons in Cali. Well, they tend to like grow naturally out by you. Or not, I shouldn't say naturally, but it's easier to grow them out by you than, like, say, in the Midwest. Citrus thrives in warmer environments. I demand a box full of lemons for my birthday. Actually, kind of I do, just a little bit. Oh, I think I've mentioned this before. My grandma's neighbor across the street, he was like, they were kind of sweet on each other, but like in a platonic kind of way, like they had both lost their spouses. They just had like a cute little kinship, like they weren't like fucking on the side or anything, at least not to my knowledge. And he was a truck driver, so he would always bring my grandma oranges from Florida and peaches from Georgia. And they're always so good, like superior to anything that was in the store. We loved that. Jim was a good man. We loved him very much. Like he like has so much attitude. He looks like a tiny squash. Little sperm garlic swimming through life. But you're the last paper. Go off of there. Thank you. Garlic. Nah. Happy Serena. Just give a bitch some garlic. If you give a bitch some garlic, like if you give a moose a muffin, if you give a mouse a cookie, if you give a bitch some garlic, she gonna have a stinky mouth smooching on you, but she'll be happy. So like, is it worth the trade-off? Probably. Probably. My hand smells so good. What did I just pick? A piece of plastic. Why is there plastic on the floor? Slavkov? Slavkov! Lavushka Marushka. Hello, Pippi. Pour in some Earl. And then these will cook about as long as probably a little longer than the burgers. Because I put burgers and mushrooms in 2 minutes. It really took 18 minutes. That felt like 2 seconds. Put them in here because the first time I made them, I first set it in like this, and then I realized, oh my god, I can't like pick this up out of the oven with an oven mitt because it'll like dip into the garlic and will like spill and fall, and I don't want to spill oil in the oven. So I'm putting them in a baking dish. I think that's okay. Maybe you're by the oven and the oven is hot. Come on. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Thank you. Do those there, and then we pop these in now. Oh my god, there is still a pan in there. Son of a bitch. Serena. Ah! It's just extra seasoned now, you know? No one saw that. Never like you will remember. Georgia peaches are different. They are. They're fat. They're juicy. They're good. They drip down your face. They're delicious. Okay, I'll set you guys over here. Mix up some mouflon dough. It's simple. I'm not being fancy. It's just a mix. An accidentally vegan mix that they always have at the Dollar Tree. Curious what like the price at a regular store of this is. I keep forgetting to look for it. It's $1.25 at the Dollar Tree, but I wonder if it's like 99 cents elsewhere. Like some things aren't worth it. Like canned green beans, they're $1.25 at the Dollar Tree. But then you buy them at the regular store and they're like 89 cents. I always need the cooking instructions. I always recycle it first. I think it's 14 to 16 minutes. Yes. 14 to 16 minutes. I do need a half cup of milk. I could do water, but I want to do soy milk. Or no, I have almond milk in the fridge. I'm gonna open this in a couple days. Is it like 7? Oh no! I thought I closed you. That just made it calm all over my counter. Probably should have made sure it was still good before that. Oh, it expires in September. Never mind. We good. Mixy, 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 mixy. Mixy, mixy, mixy. Drinking straight from the carton like some kind of degen. I'm the only one drinking out of it. If I lived in like a multi-people household, I don't know, depending if they're related to me or not, I probably still would, because like same DNA, but it's just me. No one else is gonna drink out of it. Who cares? Live dangerously. So how dangerous is this new like leafy green parasite? Because I just bought a shit ton of lettuce and cilantro without knowing that that's happening in the world. Can I eat those like without dying? Can I? Can I? Better safe than sorry. I don't want to spill oil in the oven. I feel like that's a recipe for disaster. Not roasted garlic, just disaster. Okay. This can go in the recycle. It's 14 to 16 minutes. I won't forget that. It's crazy. So call me, baby. Put these away. Scoop these out and then we'll pop down and see Tank while it's still running. I think it'll be at like 14 minutes by the time I get the muffins in the container. This is so bad. This is so bad. This is so bad. How I felt about you all felt cool this past week plus. I think the last time I saw you guys was last Sunday, like the Sunday before this weekend. So bad. Drinking straight from the carton makes so she doesn't have to wash dishes, saving water. I don't ever pour like a glass of almond milk though. I don't like drink it like as a cup. I put it in my matcha or I use it for cooking. I don't like actually just drinking straight almond milk or soy milk or any. I'm not a milk girly, but I do put it in my matcha, which is why I buy it. I think a lot of the problem from parasites or illness are the greens from the pre-washed stuff because they go through the same processing center and get all infected. So if I have organic cilantro and just a head of lettuce, Is that safe? Do we think? I like my salads. I don't want to give up on that. Like, I will if I have to, but I don't want to. Just dance. Stop dripping. Unnecessary. Right on. I think my sin is in the size of the spoon that I'm using. I should be using a bigger spoon. But then I end up making like 10 muffins instead of 12. The price you pay for an adequate amount of muffins is much drippage. Oh, it went on the floor. Just kidding. No, it didn't. Never happened. It's good. I really wanted something sweet the other night, and I didn't have much sweets in the house. So I made one of the same like brand packages, but it was for banana bread muffins or banana bread or muffins. And I ate it like dip with saltine crackers, and it was so good. Underrated snack. Not sure if that was like more genius or more stoner thoughts, but it was delectable. It was delicious. Because the batter is vegan. It's like there's no egg in it, like it won't give you salmonella. I feel like the blueberry would be weird with crackers though, but banana would balance nicely. And yes, I know this is a salad bowl, not a mixing bowl. I do not care. Fill that up so it doesn't turn into concrete. Gotta be safe, toss the outer leaves. Not gonna cook lettuce, but maybe I'll roast the cilantro. I don't know. I like it raw though. I like just picking it off and like eating it. My heathen. I don't think I've had. Well, I've had collard greens cooked, but I don't think I've ever bought them before. They look intimidating because they're so thick. Any bowl is a mixing bowl if you mix in it. This is true. Very true. All right, we all know that Tank is just gonna hanker for a snack. So we're gonna bop down with him for a minute while this gets its life back together. I can't believe I left a pan. Oopsies. Everything is fine for at least 10 minutes. Set a timer. Here's the clock. 10 minutes. Bloop. Go see Mr. Tank. Hello, Pippi. Collard greens are good and pretty easy. I wonder how they would be made. Probably just like blanched and then cooked in oil, I would assume. I think when it's prepared traditionally, there's like bacon or pork in it, right? Oops. Sorry, are you guys okay? Do you need forehead kisses? I just bumped y'all on the head. I hit the ceiling. Oh, I can smell the mushrooms down here. Smell good. Hi, Mr. Tank. Pause your kitty TV. If it'll let me. Are you out of payphone, Tank? I thought there's traditionally some kind of pork in it. Mr. Tank, come here. Hi. We get a little bit of love before snack time. Oh, Slovenia. I had 2 dogs with cat names the other day. I had a Simba, who was a Pomeranian, and a Milo, who was a poodle mix. And that made me happy. Are you happy, boy? Happy boy. Hi. Wait, smell like food. Mommy smell like food. Don't bite me. Yeah, that tickles. It tickles. You got tickly whiskers. Yeah, you got a wet nose. It's drool all over me. Sploodle. I got clawed in the arm. Oh, I did. I don't know when that happened. Tank got me earlier, and it looks like I cut myself shaving. He got me over here. I don't know who got. Maybe Peavy? I don't know. Not everyone is old enough to have seen Milo and Otis. I know. Sad. It's like knowing Tippy's name versus not. Like there's an age cutoff. You either know Pippi Longstocking or you're an iPad kid. It probably was from Peavy. Simba. He was a Pomeranian. He was cute. He was like a Pomeranian American Eskimo mix. He had the thickest hair of any dog I've ever met in my life. It was crazy. Like, how are you so thick? I just shaved through him like 3 different times. Kept taking more hair off. So I have so much undercoat. And by the time I had him all the way shaved down, I had to dry him again because he was still wet underneath. Like, what? How? I don't understand. PB probably did do this though. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. It's very. It looks deep, but it's very superficial. I'm strong. It don't phase me. I know you want your snacks. That's all you care about. I think he loves the love, but like the love is just like the precursor trade off to snacks. You got cardboard on there. I vacuumed today, but then the vacuum got full by the time I got in here, so it's like half-assed vacuuming. And put this in the recycle. Was that even 10 minutes? No, Tank, that was 6 minutes. She's like, I don't care. I got my snacks. I'm happy. Okay. Put your fan back on. Put your kitty TV back going. Just a random streak of obnoxious red. I don't know when I'm gonna have the bathroom space to bleach my head again. I might have to do it in the kitchen because my roots are getting bad. Like they're not bad, but they're not how I want them to look. They're looking a little unprofessional. I've had awesome progress with Gigi lately. She sniffed my finger the other night, and she keeps sniffing my fingers. Like inside of her tent, like me putting my hand in, and she's like, well, she hisses at me first, and then she sniffs. I'm very proud of her. I really think by the end of the year, I'll be able to pet her. And I think by the end of the year, she'll be able to be out with the zoo. She's getting very curious. Like Charlie likes to hang out by the door, and she's getting very curious about Charlie, which is cool. Even though Charlie is a little bitch ass, but still. There's Cassie. She's doing good. The garlic's gonna have to go probably another 10, 15 minutes before I put the muffins in. I think it'd be fine to have both at the same time, but I don't want like essence of garlic in my muffin. I don't care if that makes me a little bitch. Mm. My hair is getting long though. Like it. Getting there. It's boob length now. Like past nipple length. When my hair is nipple length, I feel like it's like finally long then. We have like an inch or so past nipple length, which is nice. Makes me happy. Essence of garlic in my muffin, you say. See, it wouldn't make much. I feel like a lemon. What I was gonna say lemon pepper. That's wrong. Lemon poppy seed. I feel like that would vibe pretty okay with like a little bit of garlic tinge. But blueberry and garlic is probably not a good combination. I think. The song really annoyed me when it first came out, and now I love it. You guys ever get that way about songs where it's like, shut the fuck up when you first hear it the first 50 times? And then it goes out of circulation a little bit, and then it comes back, and you're like, oh, this is a vibe. It's a jam. It's a jam. Toast was done. Listen to that sizzle. Sizzle. It's like popcorn. I need counter space. I need oven space. Sizzling. Pop, pop, sizzle. Blueberry garlic does not sound very good. I feel like lemon poppy seed, it wouldn't be too bad to like kind of be near each other. But banana, it would be bad. Wild berry, it would be bad. Blueberry, it would be bad. But maybe with lemon poppy seed, it wouldn't be too terrible. Like it wouldn't be good, like complimentary, but it would kind of mask it. Like lemon is strong. Blueberry is a very soft flavor, so is banana. Lemon is a strong flavor. Do the garlic for like 10 more minutes. Oh, it's my timer going off. Yeah. And take out the bogas and mushrooms though. Impossi's get a lot more juicy, or I'm sorry, Beyond's get a lot more juicy than Impossibles too. Like, look how juicy that is. I love the burger juice and the mushrooms. It's so good. Like playing with the balls of flavor. It's so good. It's delicious. Shut up, timer. Shut up. Ooh, cornbread would be good too. I like cornbread, but I never go out of my way to buy the mix for it, and I don't know why. I just like glaze over it. But I like cornbread. I've tried to make it homemade a couple of times, like outside of a box mix, and it always turns out super crumbly when I make it myself. Maybe that's why I ignore it. Gotta get some cornbread mix next. Hello, Fluffy. Next time I go to the Dollar Tree. All right, well, this is going for a few more minutes because the garlic can go over time. They can just keep. I'm gonna put it on the bottom shelf actually. Keep roasting. It needs like 10 more minutes. Plus, maybe a few more. We can go say hi to Goose. You like crumbly cornbread? Just eat it with a spoon? That's how I've eaten it every time I've made it homemade. Like I try to cut it into slices and it just falls apart and I just end up like a rice. Hi, Pippi. Pippi, I love you like a love song, baby. Goose, Goose. Mr. Gustavio. Once everything's done cooking, or I get the muffins in, we'll go in with Noodle. Where are you? Hi. You're on the floor. Hello. I just bonked you with the tripod. I'm sorry. I had these posters since I was a teenager, and I put them up the first year that I lived here, and I keep forgetting that they're there. I don't really need hot leaf posters up anymore. But that's okay. Gustav! Goose, Goose! Goose, Goose, the moose, moose on the loose, loose. He's very interested in Ringo. When Ringo is out and I go in here like to pee, he's very interested in Ringo. I think he'll be good with dogs. Where are you going? Come here. Club Colts is not going to let you out. Do you smell the food, though? That's the door, like, I want burgers. Give me the burgers. Come here. Come here, Goose. You can do it. You can do it. Come here. Come on. Up, up. Zug, zug. I love him. He's such a good boy. He's been getting his next round of Giardia meds and has not bit me. He's shedding like a mother, but I've not gotten bit since I got bit. I'm very proud of him. I make collections of your wolf. He's really hating getting meds, though. I know it's cheaper for the rescue to get liquid meds for oral stuff, like versus pills, But I am so sick of giving liquid medication. I hate it. Cats hate it. It's not. Where are you going? I think he really wants the food smells. You just really want the food? He wants the burgers. They're not meat, buddy. I'm sorry. They're not meat. He loves ear tugs. He's such a handsome boy. Legends never done. You're gonna get another Cuphead cat. So I think we know by now the sink is defunct. You can only use the hot side, and it does not drain well. So after I brush my teeth, I have to fill up the cup a little bit so that I can like rinse it out after everything finishes going down. And he does try to stick his head in the cup then. But he's not like Doodle where it's like, what's this? That was funny. He looked like a horse. That made my night. That was beautiful. He does lay in the sink though. He's also a sink kitty. He's a handsome boy. Now he's like, what did you put in there? He's too smart though. Doodle is like, he thinks about things. Doodle doesn't think about things before he does them. Because you weren't a street cat. You have house mentality. You're spoiled. You handsome boy. Kitty, 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 kitty. Kisses? Thank you. Hi. I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. Little baby smooch. Are you going in the sink? You're shedding so much tonight. Oh my god. Give me all that loose. Those in the garbage. Goofy. It's no time for thinking. Doodle is a kitty of action. Yes, he is. He very much is. Oh my god. I think when he gets a little warm, like the air isn't on like all the time, it just runs when it needs to. He tends to go in the sink or like the corner of the bathtub where he doesn't have beds. Because I catch him in there on camera during the day sometimes. Probably does feel good. Mr. Goose Goose. He really wants the burgers. He's usually not this like Johnny on the spot at the door. He must smell the food. He's like, you can let me out. I'll go in the kitchen. I'll eat good. You know, even if you wanted to, you can't. You have Giardia. You can't get your little Giardia paws everywhere. That's why I have slippers on. Gustav. He got a little fussy at the door. Like when he was first in here, but he's been being a good boy about it. He says, that's not a burger. I want the burgers. He's annoyed with me right now. He wants the burgers. I'm sorry, Gustav. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I cannot have a burger for you. And you don't like treats, and I already gave you your wet food. You're going to get the poops if I give you more wet food. Sir. Maybe he just wants to sit by you guys. Maybe it's a tripod thing. Maybe. He does like the tripod. He just wants to be with you guys. Oh, I felt so bad earlier. He went to jump up on the toilet and the lid was open because I had just peed and I didn't close it yet. And he almost did an oops. Almost. He caught himself and he was like, oh geez. Oh geez. I think he just wants to be with you guys. Otherwise, it's too crowded over there. Hi, Goose. These shorts are so old. I bitched about them last time on stream. The elastic is done for. Like, they were holding on my thoughts and prayers. Hello. I need to replace these. Floofy, you're so floofy. I'm trying to get your extra floof off. I don't have another brush for you right now. Oh my goodness. With Gustav, you also want the burgers. They look good. They smell good. I think they're gonna be yummy. I'm probably gonna have burger for dinner tonight and some roasted garlic on rice cakes. And what else? Salad, very carefully. And then cucumber with avocado and kimchi on it. That's one of my new favorite like obsessive snacks that I've been eating for months with dinner. Slices of cucumber with a little bit of avocado that has salt and pepper on it, and put some kimchi on top. And it is like the most scrumptious bite. It's a little bit spicy, it's a little bit tangy, it's creamy, it's crunchy, it's one of my favorite foods right now. He does have the paw tucking attitude right now. He's like, give me the damn burgers, lady. Gimme. 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 He's like, I know those out there are for me. No, they're not. They're for mommy. Mommy boogers. Mom boogers. Mine. Mine. A tasty booger. Oh, I never thought about kimchi on burger. Maybe I'll try that for a couple bites tonight. Do you need like the bun to balance it out though? Because I don't eat them with buns. I just eat them plain. Kimchi is so good for you though. I love fermented food. Ooh, when I was at the store the other day, they had kimchi pickles, but they weren't on sale. But I want to get them the next time they're on sale. They look so good. Really, I have pickles and I have kimchi. I could just make kimchi pickles, but I want to buy them. It's a consumeristic mentality. I'm gonna try some kimchi with my burger tonight. I think that'll be tasty. I shall report back. All right, tiny one, the timer's probably about to go off. He's like, I don't care. I'm camping out for my burger. I'm gonna have to go around you with the tripod though, which is like a lot of going around it. Just let me shrink this down so I can try and just throw you guys over the gate. Ready? Hold on to your britches. Goose, I love you. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, and Slavka's on the other side of the door too. Girls. All I really want is girls. In the morning, it's girls. Girls. Hi, ladies. Charlie and Slavka out here. Oh, yeah, the timer went off at some point. Let me see where the garlic's at. Oh, make you guys tall again. Blurp. Blurp, blurp, blurp. Put on to your britches. Yeah, kind of am. I have enough curves, even though I don't have many curves. I have enough curves that they're like staying where they need to mostly. But it is a bit of a dangerous venture. It's probably the last time I'll wear them before they either become like pajama shorts or just go in the rag pile. You're touching my dreams. Oh, they're perfect. I accidentally left some skin on one of them, but look at those beautiful bitches. Fuck yes. Touch, yes, feeling. Mufans. Also take, it's really, really heated right now, so we'll say 14 minutes. If I just put them on like right after preheat, they need like 16 minutes. If the oven's been on for a while, they need like 14 minutes. The husk is fine, more fiber or something. Like when I've gotten it at a restaurant and it's still in the shell, like I don't mind eating the skin with it. Like it's not a bad like flavor or texture. Like it softens. It's not like buttery like the cloves, but it softens enough to be edible. So like it's fine. I was just pointing it out before one of you guys do. You left the skin on there, Serena, before I get dadded. Serena. Serena. More fiber or something. We love a fiber conscious community. We love that for us. I feel like Slavka really want to try to eat the ears. Boil? Boil and then doodle. I don't trust Slavka. She could eat like anything except for the garlic or the mushrooms, but it's gonna be hot. I don't want her to burn her little cake. Be fast. Oh, it's not that part. Slavka's kind of like trepidatious about foil. She's kind of afraid of it, which is good. I need to get more foil soon. Oh, while this is on, I should make some baked potatoes too. Shit. I hate running the oven in the summer, but I love cooking in the oven. So I try to do like everything all at once in one heat. Goodbye, foil. It's fine. The mushrooms are covered. We're gonna do potatoes real quick. Hi, Charlie. Oh, I have sweet potatoes too. I can do some of those. Oh, this fucking shelf. There. Where's my giant stabbing fork? This is my potato fork. It's made for loving you, baby. You were made for loving me. Got some dinky little sweet potatoes. They didn't have any big ones at the store. Look how little these guys are. Just babies. They're little babies. I was afraid I'm gonna stab myself when I'm doing this. Like I'm careful not to. Fears in my mind. Put these in the microwave for 3 minutes. And then get the rest of these. It's just a little guy. It's a snack baked potato. I only have 5 potatoes left. Is that a bad spot? No. And these will go in for like 4 minutes and then they can go on the sheet to go in the oven. I don't remember how long I do baked potatoes for. I think like 20, 25 minutes. Might make a little bit more coffee too. Coffee is getting low and I want more. What time is it? 11:36. And the Psycho soundtrack for your potatoing. You gotta puncture them, otherwise they'll. I don't know what happens if you don't puncture them, but you're supposed to, so they like steam out in the microwave or something. In my head, they'll just explode in the microwave if you don't stab them. Smashed potatoes are so good, but I'm too lazy to take the time to boil them and then get them to that point anymore. Plus, I'm like really appreciating this baked potato kick because I did not like baked potatoes all of my life. I was always so bummed when that was like the vegetable side dish at dinner when I was a kid. I didn't eat baked potatoes like my entire adult life, and now I like them again. Or I like them not again, but for the first time. I'm appreciating this baked potato era very much. Smashed potatoes are so tasty though. I have to make a smart combination of bay. Need your love, need your time. This is my song for coffee. I need. We're in B Maxwell House. Hi, Charlie Bear. Oh, damn it! I forgot earlier. My plan was when I wanted more coffee, I would just pour the rest of my cold brew into my cup because it's been open for like 3 days. I think it's gonna get yucky soon. I think this will be fine to wait until morning. Just put it there. And if it's gross in the morning, I'll just dump it out and then make more. Needs to be greased. My pans are so old and ugly. That's fine. They still do what they need to do. I'm impatient. I have greasy fingers. Hot, 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 hot. I knew that was gonna happen. It was a calculated risk. If it burns, it's working. Your pans look about the same. I appreciate that. It just means they're well loved. I don't know. They're not meant to stay perfect forever. So hot. Hot. Hot potato. Hot potato. Pour the rest of this into here. Need to get more of these. This is my last one. It's my saving grace when I need more energy at work. So if I take another Ritalin at work, then I feel like both wired and exhausted by the time I get home, and it doesn't feel good. So the cold brew has been aiding marvelously. The ones that you use most frequently for pizza has a suspicious large circle on it for some reason. I wonder why. This is the one I use for potatoes. I wonder why it has potato-shaped circles on it. It's not bad. It's just different. I think it just tastes different because my coffee before that was a little bit sweet. I was craving like Starbucksy coffee earlier, but not so sugary, so I didn't go to Star Schmucks. But I did add a little bit of sweetener. Supplementary sugar. Beats on the beat of the drums. Oh, Pippi, you need water in your bowl. I was gonna say good drinkies, but it's like empty. There's like a half inch of water in there. Jeez. Come on, Mom, get it together. Right? Right. There you go. Okay. Good drinkies, sissy. Good drinkies. To take the angle grinder to it if you ever wanted a new finish. I mean, you could probably just scrub it with steel wool, but that would take off whatever coating might be on the pan. But probably still with the angle grinder. Hot, 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 hot. Hot, 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 hot. Again, I know what I'm doing. I know that they're hot. I just choose to do that. Because why not? I don't like this remix of this song. It's like in 2x speed and it's weird. And this song annoys me. La 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 la. These can go in with the muffins because they're not going to change the flavor. I probably cook with way too much oil and I just don't care. These are the bottom shelves. Muffins will be done in 2 minutes. Then we'll go in with Doodle and let the taters cook for like 20, 30 minutes. I don't remember how long I do baked potatoes for. When they look like a little bit pruny. It's a calculated risk to speed up the process, yes. Like, it doesn't, like, actually burn you. It's just hot. Hot potato, hot potato. They invented that game after me. Oh, wait, I still need that. There's things in the oven. The stove is going to be full of food. We have protein for the week. And mushrooms. I'm going to have some mushrooms tonight, too. Yes. I'm excited. Na, 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 na. Cooking with too much oil is a thing, then you do it, too. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's, like, not healthy to cook with a bunch of oil. Like, if you're being calorie conscious, but I don't give a fuck. I want it greasy. Terrible. Or I guess really, like, my big issue with it is that I'm using vegetable oil. Like, it would probably be healthier to use olive oil, but olive oil is expensive as fuck. We use vegetable oil in this house. Things taste better for the most part with olive oil, but vegetable oil is fine. It's fun. The muffins smell good. But I smell muffins and garlic. But the muffins are like overpowering garlic and they smell very good. They're gonna be like mini muffins though. They don't get very tall. I think it's only like a box mix for either 12 mini muffins or 6 regular muffins. They end up being like squat little like discs. Make sure that it's all the way. Done. Perfect. And Slavko will eat these too. Let me balance that on that. Don't touch it. It's hot. Do we all see that? I almost touched it. Okay, balance yourself. You get some foil, and you get some foil, and you get some foil, and you get your timer resets for 20 minutes. No, not 30. Do 20. Doesn't matter how many times I make something. I'm really bad at remembering cook time. No Slavkas allowed in my muffins. My muffins. My muffins. Go see Mr. Doodle. I gotta give him a little dry shampoo bath from when he puked all over himself. I'm still slowly cleaning him up. He's not like the happiest about it. So Doodle has his medical check for his eyes and his balls, or his anti-balls, I guess, this Thursday. And if all is well, I think that'll mean that he's cleared for adoption. Which, if that's the case, then I can start to introduce him to everyone here, make sure they get along. And if so, then Doodle is home. So we gotta really tell him to be like a nice, good boy with everyone else. He's seen like Charlie, and I think Slavka has gone past the door. And he doesn't seem to care, which is really good. Like, indifference is best. But he also got beat up by another cat, so I don't know how he'll do with other cats. 15 minutes. But we'll see. I think he'll be fine. Like, he was a colony cat. He has to know how to coexist with other cats somehow. I have a feeling, hi. He either got beat up over food or a girl. Because what else do men fight about, honestly? Not much. Turn on the light. I have to switch on for the fan, but then I have to pull the chain for the light. Hello, Doodle! Hello, handsome man. I love him so much. My baby. My baby, my baby, my baby. Oh, I gotta give you more kibblies. I've been giving him kitten food, which is chicken only, so that he can regain some of his calories from his barfy era. I have like 10 different kinds of cat food in my house right now. It's insane. Like, it's actually quite insane. Let me fill up your water, babe. Yeah, I give you a bath. He says no bath. Roly-poly only. Roly-poly only. Hello, handsome. I love him so much. He is so big. He's such a big cat. He's bigger than Voya. He's gonna be at least 18 pounds when he's fully fat. Hi. Show everyone how good you look. He's like, I love him so much. He by no means replaces Voya, because no one can ever replace anyone. But he feels the same in my soul as being with Voya felt. And I think that's a really beautiful, magical thing. I also realized something the other day when I was driving home from work. So I think you guys know that I'm a crazy person. And I think I've shared this story a few times. I think Voya, like, reincarnated somehow. Or let me rephrase this. My grandpa reincarnated somehow as Voya. Because my grandpa had a stroke, like, the day Voya came in. And Voya was very, like, touch and go while he was first recovering, and we really didn't know if he was going to make it. And the day that he turned the corner to, like, starting to make it versus struggling was the day that my grandpa died. So, like, in my crazy brain, like, my grandpa went into Voya and, like, gave him life. That's what I believe, because I'm insane. I don't care. And while I was driving home, I was thinking to myself, like, I had Voya for 6 years. I always told my grandpa that he had to live to be 100. And my grandpa died when he was 94, which is still an amazing long life. But if they did some kind of soul transference, then my grandpa did indeed live to be 100, because 6 plus 94 is 100. And that's helping me kind of justify all of this in my mind, or maybe not justify, but like cope. I don't know. It was a pretty cool thought to stumble across. I like driving thoughts like that. We're gonna do 3 wipes for you, Doodle. See if you'll tolerate that. Are you gonna eat? I'd like to clean your face though. He's just gonna eat instead. Which is okay, eating is good. I think he is gonna be close to 18 pounds when he's a fully fat house cat. He's a big, big boy. Like my dad's cat Sylvester is kind of thicky. And he's about 20 pounds, but they're about the same size. And if Doodle stays at a healthy weight, but like gets to what his healthy weight will be finally, probably in like a couple months, I think he'll be about 18 pounds, where Voya was 16 pounds. It was a pretty cool like thought to stumble across, though. It helps me like justify the short amount of time we had together, I guess. Which Voya was full grown when he came in. He could have been 2, he could have been 5, he could have been 7, 8, I don't know. Even if we have 1,000 years together, it's never enough time. But it was not enough time. But it makes me feel a little bit better in my head, coping wise, that like, oh, Voya Grandpa lived to be 100. Grandpa Voya, because he was my grandpa husband's son. The most weird, like, southern combination of anything that a man can be to you. He was my grandpa husband's son. He was my husband, he was my grandpa, he was my son. My grandpa husband's son. Are you ready for bath time, Doodle? You gotta scrub your face so you don't look gross when you go to your appointment and so you don't feel gross. This is the best dry shampoo ever. I use it on my hair sometimes. All natural, Tropiclean. I love this brand. I used to groom 2 Aussies that had horrible allergies, and that's how I came across this brand. Hi. Actually, let me wipe your eyes first with just like a plain one. I know, but you got boogies. Come here. This is not his most favorite thing to do. But we gotta do it. Come here. Just a little. Okay, that's enough. I don't want to irritate you. Now you gotta scrub your chin. It's like, oh god, no. Come here. Alright, get your scratchings in. Then we'll scrub your chin. You say you used to groom 2 Aussies and assuming shepherds, not people? No, not people. Australian shepherds. Doodle. Typical man. Just wants to eat. Men. Come here. Chin. Chin, 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 chin. Good boy. See, eventually he realizes that his cheek rubs along with wipes, so it's not so bad. Get all that dirty though. Ooh. Feels so bad when cats are wearing cones and they throw up because it like gets all underneath and just oh. He's been all good though since being out of the tent and on chicken only food though. Come here, baby. Doodly doo. Doodly doo. Doodles. Doodle the poodle noodle. That's what I've been calling him lately. Doodle the poodle noodle. Hi. Chin boy. Chin boy. Good boy. Oh, it just feels so good. It just feels so good. It just feels so good. You're so dirty. You're so dirty. Okay, one more wipe. One more. Smells so good too. It's like coconut scented. What is it? Papaya and coconut. Doodle is a fancy boy. He's getting ready for a hot date tonight. Get his aftershave on. Boop boop. Boop boop. I'm so excited for his recheck. I think his eyes look good, but I'm no vet. But they look about the same as Pippi's did, except there's still eyeballs in there. So dirty. I've been doing this for 3 days now, and he's still so dirty. Okay, good boy. Okay, let me get a little bit on your chest. I know, that one you like. They feel good. You're doing his lickies. It's his happy spot. I love that he does that. The only other cat I've known that does that was my cat Bud when I was a kid. He was a black and white cow cat. And if you scratched a certain part by his butt, he would start licking his front leg. And Doodle's just like, whenever you itch behind his neck or under his chin. Let's see if I can find his spot. There it is. It's so cute. I love that. He's so funny. Known some Australians that could have done with some grooming. There would be a market. Wait, like grooming in the way of like being a predator, or grooming in the way of like fixing their hair? Like, I feel like in this day and age, I need to be very careful how I describe the grooming that I do. Welcome, Za. Hope you're having a good night so far. You want to go up on your bed and make some biscuits? Or I guess couch bed situation. Whatever's going on there. Hello, handsome. I'm gonna check the time on the oven. Oh wait, it was 48. That's 12 minutes. We have 8 more minutes. Your eyes always feel like. Whoop! Hi, Doodle. How you doing, tall boy? Doodle's gonna go up there and knock everything over now. He's so big. He's such a big kitty. I love the big boys. Big men, like human men, I find intimidating, but I love big cats and I love big dogs. And some combs. All my brushes are at work. But I found a comb that I meant to bring to work that I've been combing him with. You knocked over your water bottle. Do. So fancy and sleek. His curls do brush out. Oh, honey, you're gonna make a mess. The fucking Wreck-It Ralph over here. Come here. Let's do couch time. Doodly doo. Doodly doo. The dude. Come here, dude. Come here. Do. Come here. Come here. Come here. I think he loves me. I think he loves me just a little. I think he loves me. I love him. I love you. Thinking the beard more than anything. Kind of a beach bum. Oh. Is that a common Australian thing, is to have a raggedy beard? Like a biker beard, or just like a teenager who doesn't know how to groom their facial hair yet kind of beard? What kind of beard are we talking here? Hi, buddy. I love you so much. I snuggled with Gunther and Zeke last night, so depending on how Gunther's breathing tonight, I'm gonna eat dinner with the boys, and then I'll probably snuggle with Doodle unless Gunther really needs me. Maybe an expat Aussie thing. Oh, jeez. Are you secretly an Aussie? You have a messy beard. You have such a messy beard. I love you. I don't even know how to put into words, like, how special he is. I don't know. I think I've told you guys before. I had this trick that I used to use when I would go to the doctor to settle my heart rate. And I would think about, like, Voya laying on my chest, and then immediately it would go to, like, a normal number, not, like, a scary number. Because I'm usually pretty fired up when I get to the doctor because it's a long drive, and who likes going to the doctor anyway? And this time when I went the other day, I thought of Doodle, and it worked the same. Aww. He wants to snuggle. He wants to snuggle. Hello, just don't bite my head again. He bit me in the face the night before his surgery. Because I was being an idiot, I put my face into his chest and like schnuzzled like I used to do with Boya. And he grabbed the sides of my face with his claws and bit me here. But it wasn't deep, it was superficial. It was a love bite, he just doesn't know his strength. Get some good sleep, Tom. I appreciate you taking the time to be here. Get the best good Z's. It was a pleasure to see you. Doodle, say nice. Say nice. Say what? It's not a bad time. I don't want to go to bed yet. He holds paws. Like, you're so different than him, but you feel like him. I don't know how to explain. I love you. Doodle is special. He's very special. He's very special. We got an itching and an itching. Itching and scritching. You're so dirty. I love you. I love you, Count Olaf. I love you. If I wasn't so set on calling him dude, I would want to call him Handsome Jack. I feel like that fits him well too. Like, not personality wise, but like looks wise. He has that like look of authority and mischief to him. Pokemon, Doodlemon, like Lululemon, Lululemon. I don't know how that actually is pronounced. Lululemon, Lululemon. I think it's Lululemon, but I read it as Lululemon. The Doodle remix. He does kind of have the Borderlands vibe to him. I know, Handsome Jack is a bad guy, but like, he's a bad guy that you love, even though you know he's bad. I don't know. And most of my knowledge of Handsome Jack is from, sorry, dude. Tales from the Borderlands, or Tales of the Borderlands, whatever the Telltale one was. Where he's more of like a spirit guide of evil versus like the truly evil character that he is. I don't know. I want to call him Dude, like Leap Speak. But I feel like Handsome Jack would be a good name for him too. Like this, he has like, look at the camera. He has a Handsome Jack kind of face. Not plastic, but he has that like sharp, stoic look. He has bitch face, but in like nicer words. Well, said Lulu. All the good villains used to be heroes, and the greatest heroes used to be villains. I mean, there's a fine line between being a hero and a villain. Usually that fine line involves money, but I feel like for Handsome Jack, the money only made him more evil, whereas like Batman, the money made him more good. Like if Batman was poor and didn't have Alfred, I've said this many times, he would have been a villain. But because he had money and Alfred, he's therefore a good guy. But Batman could have easily been a bad guy. Hello. I love you. I love you. Do you? Do you remember the 21st of September? What were you doing? What were you doing on that day? I think the timer's about to go off on the oven. I love you. I can't wait for you to get this cone off. And I'm sure you feel the same. He's such a lover boy. He's such a lover boy. I love you so big. I do. And some values. And tack tack. Ah, you can't bite me with a cone on. I'm an asshole. I just like rubbing your belly. You're so cute. You handsome little man. Okay, now you want to go eat. Okay, Tank. The long-haired Tank. Okay. I love you, Doodle. I think the oven is going off. Every part of my body is tight. We've had so many big dogs. I had mostly small dogs on Sunday, but my first dog of the day was like an 80-pound doodle. He was a good boy, thankfully, but he was a lot to hoist around. I don't like asking for help unless like I need it though. In 5 years, I'll probably feel differently, but for now. All right, let's get the taters out or check on them. They should be wrinkly, and that'll mean they're done. I don't know. Are you? Oh, they need like hot, like wafted garlic smell and hot into my face. It made my eyes water. That was too much. I'm gonna cry because you guys are so beautiful. I think it needs like 10 more minutes. Set it for that. We'll go queue up games. And then we set a timer on here for 10 more minutes. I'm gonna cry now. Oh, it's my hair. I thought it was a cat hair. Machiavelli and Batman would be neat. It would be interesting. I don't know. I'd like them to make like a superhero movie like DC based, where like Harley and the Joker are good, but then like Batman and Catwoman are evil, like an alternate universe kind of thing. That'd be cool. It's kind of like a Lex Luthor treat, though. I would enjoy that. I love you, Pippi. Aw, maybe she likes the dog bed over there. She never lays on it. But now that I moved it, she's all about it. Maybe she just never saw it in the other corner. That's possible. I'm gonna drop you guys off into the stream room and I'm gonna go fetch my coffee. Bat cat combo would be fun. Someone who has movie pull privilege. Make that happen. Tell the world. It's too late to apologize. It's too late. Alright, let me grab coffee and then I'll flip us back around. I think I have to pee too. Put the boys in charge. Gunther is in charge. What is your respiration, Gunther? $12.48. That's not bad. Not bad. Hi, baby. All I can smell now is like the garlic and mushrooms, and it smells so fucking good. I'm so excited to report back about kimchi and burger too. That's an interesting combo that I never would have thought of. I appreciate the suggestions. Sneak into San Diego Comic Con. Do it! Do it! Going to a VTuber convention for work? That's interesting. Flip over music and flip over the camera. Alright, played some Star Wars for like an hour. I'm awake now, but I expect I will crash at some point. I feel like the peak of my energy right now, which means it's only going to go down. Star Wars, the Old Republic. We're gonna be Jedi tonight. Real to Jamaica. No, not that. I don't want it blurred. I want it removed. Thank you. Big ass head, Serena. There we go. That's better. Swaps categories. Star Wars, the Old Republic. SWTOR. Around the world, around the world. Which is the charger. That is the charger. Blurp. Plug this mother sucker back in. Blurp. Blurp, 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 blurp. How did my hair get snarly? I didn't do anything. My hair feels like kind of gummy today. I don't know. I'm not liking the spray that I use for heat protector anymore. It doesn't leave my hair feeling nice. But it's almost empty. I'm gonna have to look for a new one. There used to be a Tresemme one that I used in high school that was awesome. But I don't think they sell it anymore. Because it was a long time ago. A long time ago. Is that not my password? This should be my password. Am I gonna get locked out after 3 attempts?
Oh, okay, that's my password. Round the world. Round the world. Oh, the next song is called Sad. No, thank you. You are cinema, Hollywood treasure. Blah, 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 blah. Why does it do that? It's so weird. All the humidity playing havoc. The last couple of nights have felt sticky. It's been humid as shit here for like 2 weeks. It's probably the humidity. That's what a hairbrush is for. Stream looks like it's staying steady on my end. It might be a Kick issue. Or maybe it's a me issue and I'm just not seeing it come to fruition, which is possible. How are both level 30 when we play one more than the other? The battle in the underworld. Captain Serena TV. Thank you very much. Has been commissioned as a Republic privateer. Did I leave myself in a boss battle? What is happening here? Delivers stims to the cantina. Oh, we get to go to the script club. Deliver stims to the vehicle depot and deliver stims to the Imperial headquarters. I don't want to fight you if I don't have to. There's plenty more to fight as we go. But you're just gonna jump right into this? Oh no, yeah, you run on by. Good boy. Get out of my way, ho. Oh, dang it. They teamed up on me in the background. Imperial veteran, my butt. Silly apprentice, you are no match for my prowess. Maybe Kick is just mad at me for being away for so long. It was 1,000 years. 1,000 years. I guess there's a couple of new features that I haven't looked at yet. Since I've been gone. Since you've been gone. Kick says you had your chance, you blew it. Out of sight, out of mind. Oh, that's my timer going off. I'm like, that's a weird sound in game. I haven't heard that before. That's my timer for the oven for the potatoes. It sounded like my holocom though. Okay. Are you done for? I thought you were cooked, sir. Okay. Safety corner. Potatoes. Potatoes. Go blip those out of the oven real quick. Are you making friends with Doodles, Sokka? Doodle and Slavka were just making friends through the door. Aww. 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 That was very cute. The potatoes are done. I think I'll have a baked sweet potato tonight. That sounds really good. Those I overcooked a little. I forgot that sweet potatoes cook faster than up and around the brown potatoes. That's okay though. I like them soft. Kaboom! 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 Loot, 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 loot. Loot, 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 loot. I think that makes sense that it would be, that's not a door. On ground floor then? Are you a door? No. You can jump over that. You're a big girl. There you go. This way. Ah. The oven made my eyes water again. I don't think I give this to you. You're corrupt. Oh, okay, I guess so. I wasn't expecting that. The next one is that way? Wherever straight across is. Oh, you drama llamas. Save the drama for your mama. Stinky, stinky. I missed games. Had zero time, even if I wanted to play off stream. I actually cried a little bit over that the other day. I was so tired. I wanted to play games, but I was so tired. Like, I can't even justify it. I was bummed. Oh no, don't target me with things. Don't do that, arms master. It's leg day. You don't belong here. Actually, it's not leg day, but we can pretend. I'm gonna die. Oh no, don't die. Don't die. Shit, 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 don't die. Don't die. Don't go run. That worked out wonderfully. Throw that over there. Right, heal, all that jazz. Heal more extra. Where'd the bad guy go? That way, I guess. How come he got to go back to full health? That's not fair. Back to 1 and 6ing it. No, no, don't put me in the gold range. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's not cool. Not cool, man. Silly enforcer. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't put me in the gold range. Don't kill me. I'm gonna die again. I'm gonna die again. I'm dead. Are they just strong or am I tired? Maybe they're higher ranked than I am. Probably. Yelling "don't die" actually stopped you from dying in the game. You would be the ultimate pro gamer. I think we all would be. If only. In a perfect world, you know? What, you're gonna target me? I'm dead, sir. Oh. Okay, now move to a safe place. Oh, I think he's the other guy I need to talk to anyway. Okay. Can I just do that while I'm healing? Ah, they're just stronger than me then. It's not a me issue, it's a them issue. That's what we're gonna go with. You guys are doing your own little battle over there. I'm sneaking around and being either a lazy or a smart bitch. Sometimes I feel like lazy and smart are synonymous.
I'll bring those things here. You want me to kill them?
We have to go find Private Wick. They're here. Imperial agent and tactician. Why am I not auto-targeting? Usually the game is pretty good about that. Maybe I'm just supposed to have more tact than the tactician. Sometimes lazy and smart are the same thing. Like, it's the path of least resistance, whether it's done from intelligence or laziness. But they do tend to overlap. Which I find confusing, because I don't like feeling lazy, but, like, I like to be efficient. And sometimes the two just cross over each other a little bit. Where is your body? Let me loot you. Just kidding. Okay. It's not that important. But wait, there's more. There's more. Now it auto-targeted. Good boy. Or good girl, I guess. GG's. GG's. Like, GG. GG was being so cute last night. I can't believe she sniffs my fingers now. I am so proud of her. I want to pet her so bad, but I know that's, like, not smart moves. But, like, she hangs out so close to me. She's very observant of everything that I'm doing. I like that. I think sometime this week I'm gonna start bringing Kid in there with me. So she can see, like, interaction with another cat and start to be curious. I think that will be beneficial. Wait, is he, like, right in front of Baudar? I don't want to explode Baudar. Sorry, Baudar. I guess he was. Target the motherfucker! Thank you. Zappy zappy zoo. Zappy zoo, zappy zoo. Ah. His little sounds are so cute. Zappy zappy zoo. Get out of here, you. I'm going to speak to Private Wick. I've been putting on Garfield and Scooby-Doo for Doodle. And I have Scooby-Doo songs stuck in my head. Oh, there. It shows their info at the bottom. I just realized that. It was +2 ranked over me. Where did I miss a door? Oh, green. Green means go. Smuggler phase. You gonna be up here? Private Wick.
Got the package you're expecting.
Giggity. The opening line to a corn scene. And like the stance that she had. I got the package you're expecting. That was funny. Can I ask a favor?
I can set you up with a lot of
Newman.
steps for free.
I couldn't.
Ow, I got like
Found out. Of course, they'd already
I don't know,
talking to you.
garlic
But
heat
I
in my
insist,
eye or something.
and sometimes saying fail to the empire.
Feels
under my
weird.
breath, we renew our oaths of service. All right, give them to me.
But the garlic was already out of
Tell
the
me
oven.
that goes.
I don't understand. There? Where? You seem like a good guy? Sure. Everyone could use a little ego boost here and there.
Corrupt. I'm second thought. Let's take it together.
Just try to keep this quiet, okay? I don't want to get in trouble.
We won't get you in trouble.
Just give me a real headache.
It will be okay. Find Newman. Newman Brock. To the elevator? Where would this elevator be? You're here? Ah. Stealthy. Foof, foof, floof. Forward we march. Holy shit, there's a lot of people in here. My god. They're just sentries, though. It should be fine. Sentries and droids. They're only +3 over me. It should be fine. I'll be fine. Defeat 20 of them? Damn, son. That's a lot. A snipey sniper. Snipey snooper. Snoopy sniper. So glad I found this chain. And I totally forgot that I had some backups ashes in the thing too. Am I gonna die again? I might die again. I get stunned? The fuck? Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't do it. Is the ones Bowdar gets go to my count too? I think so. Prison probe. Would not want to get searched by that. The warden, do I dare? He has a star. He's powerful. Oh, and he's only 33 too, versus like the other guys are 33 as well. Should be fine. Unless I just keep standing in stupid spots, pressing stupid buttons. Kaboom. Ow. Sounds like a cat with that sound. Zappy zappy zoo. Ba da ba boo. Ba ba da ba boo boo. Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Please get defeated, dude. You don't need to be here. Instead of defeating the industrial prison complex, we're defeating the Imperial prison complex. Let's go, baby! Ooh, we gained a level. Look at us. 31. Not 7 credits, 300 something credits. The Snoopy sniper. Not very like aware of his surroundings for a sniper. I'm judging. Nine out of 10 out of 20. Okay, we're halfway there. It's half the battle. For cha. Done for. Why are you shielding? You're dead. Assassin droid foot. Whoa, Bowdar, you took on a lot over here. A little Chewy knockoff. Need to go to like Goodwill or Ross sometime this week. I don't like the bag that I've been using as a purse. I've never liked it. I've just like settled on using it because my old one got all worn out. But I need a new wallet too. My wallet is falling the fuck apart. I've had my wallet for like 10 years now. Weapon is only used by special abilities. Can I use it? No. My gun is better anyway, so we don't need that. My gun is better. 13 out of 20. Is there more? I don't know. Maybe as we progress through. We shall see. Oh yeah, there's always more. Why wouldn't there be? But wait, there's more. Where have you targeted? I want you targeted. 14 out of 20. 15 out of 20. Get him, Bowdar. Oh, this guy's shooting at you from the side. 15, 16. Mr. Lucky number 17 over here. Oh, my health is low. It's like halfway. Some Doge tags. Why are they all carrying around feet? Weirdos? Oh, there's boomy things over there we could have used. Oops. 17. You have the remaining 3. These little fly guys, are they healing the bad guys? Not this guy, he's a sentry, but the other little flying things. 18. You will be lucky number 19, maybe? Oh, Bowdar got 19. Dang. I can accept 20, I guess. Woo! Bonus mission. Alright, they're not carrying around feet. They're well-adjusted creatures. We got into a very, like, degen side conversation at work the other day. And my boss revealed that he's into feet, but I thought he said pee. And it was a very awkward moment. I was like, wait, pee? It's like, no, feet. Good morning to you too. Dzień dobry.
It also means I'm surprised you're still alive. Better?
It's a koi guard. That's how I'm gonna start greeting myself in the morning. Sequoia guard, Serena. Sequoia guard. Seriously, why are you here? Do you have a way in though?
Tell me the plan and I'll see how I can ruin it.
That's very Serena coded.
For one of 2 terminals needed to enter the prison. Take out the patrols here and get their code. I'll get the other and meet you at the terminal.
Dakadoki artichoke. Do you have any new clothes? Satchel of dyes. Okay. Meh. Obtain the Overseer's security code. Okay. There's this Overseer you speak of. Whoa, guys, too much all at once. Calm down. Calm down, babe. Conquest points. Is anyone glowing? Do you have what I desire? No. Not targeting well tonight. I guess I have to do it manually now, and that's not fair. It's just an auto target point. That's okay. Okay, maybe don't loot while you need to shoot. Oh my god, guys, too much all at once. Too much. 1 in 6ing it like a motherfucker. 1 in 6ing it like my life depends on it. Oh, he's the Overseer that I think has what I desire. Oh, you fucker. You little shit. You little big shit. For shame. Pew, 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 pew. His shield rebuilds so fast, my god. Don't die, Superman. Don't die. He's only 33. I'm 31. It's not a bad gap. We got this. I don't know why I just did there. Wait, too far overboard. Almost got it. Get got it. Ah, insufficient energy. Fuck you. Your mom is insufficient energy. The dual code. A sash. I don't want your level 8 sash. He's a cheap bastard. Level 8 sash. He thinks McDonald's is a fine dining establishment. Being very judgmental tonight.
I have codes. Now we need to enter them simultaneously into both terminals. We're in. Meet me at cell 665. My clan brother is there. Help me free him, and I'll assist you with whatever you need.
Alright.
Go quickly. The codes change often.
Well, dang. Okay. Zoom. There are some fancy McDonald's. Like some of the ones that are like the first ones that are open that are like almost landmarky now. There's one out here that I used to like going to with my godmother because it was like fancy isn't the right word for it, but it's just a really cool place to go. It's like not the average McDonald's.
Who are you, old man? What happened to the man's mind who was supposed to be in
Who are
this-
you, old man?
He was actually
Don't be ageist. That's not nice. No, they're not cloth napkin territory, but like there's that's the word I'm looking for. More of like a cohesive theme, like they're just more nicely done than just the run-of-the-mill McDonald's. What did he do?
The environment didn't like it, huh?
He lived
What
for
did he
honor.
do?
They killed him like a dog.
Welcome to our 12 o'clock.
I owed you that.
So McDonald's in Europe actually has some pretty good food. I believe it. Everything in America is like pumped full of chemicals and disgusting. Outside of the States, things are a lot more
Destroy this place.
not full of filler and nasty shit. I'm sure all fast food, or most fast food, is way healthier outside of the States. Pew, pew, pew. Do I need to be down? I think so. Oops. Big jump. Now we battle! Next time I'm on the West Coast, I want to try In-N-Out. I was in Vegas with one of my gal pals. She loves In-N-Out, and she stopped, and I didn't get anything, and I don't know why I didn't. Like, not even, like, fries. Don't they have, like, animal fries or something? With a sauce that's, like, similar to Thousand Island? I don't think I could eat the sauce, but I'm gonna try something. Do they have a veggie burger at In-N-Out? I would guess not, like, Impossible, but maybe they have, like, one of the Guardian ones. Like an actual veggie burger, not like a fake meat burger. Animal style, is that with the sauce? Maybe I'll make that my special. Because I do have one thing that's, like, questionable every year. I already had my one questionable thing this year. I got breaded mushrooms, which I'm sure has egg in it. I don't know why it wouldn't. Newman. Found Newman. Oh, I guess I thought it showed a different objective for a sec. Hello, Newman.
This place is about to blow.
It's really not good. It's like the food they serve in elementary school. I mean, we had some really shitty school lunches, though. Like, I wouldn't go back to eating school lunches if you paid me. They were bad.
I can honestly say there is no one I would rather be looking at right now.
The days that it was the best and the worst was actually hilarious because it would be Sloppy Joes with smiley fries. So smiley fries are the bomb diggity. They're so fucking good. They're the superior fry. But then the Sloppy Joes, the aftertaste was like pine needles. It was disgusting. My dad let me pick like, I think once a week, so like 4 days out of the month that I would get school lunch, and then the other days I had to make my own lunch for, which is like fine, not a big deal at all. It's healthier that way. But I was always jealous of the kids that got school lunch all the time, but like the school lunches tasted like shit. And in high school, it was horrible. They had burgers, fries, pizza, milkshakes, and like, I think hot dogs. Like it was like a concession stand. Animal style would be sauce with cheese and grilled onions. I just want it with the onions. That would be tasty. Now I want Portillo's. Portillo's is the best grilled onions. They offer a lot of things off menu. No clue if they have some sort of veggie or meatless burger substitute. I would think so too. I'm Googling this. You can build a vegan meal by ordering the veggie burger and customizing it. So you just have to like get the not spread and no cheese. A wish burger. That sounds cute. A wish burger. Oh, they even do their fries in sunflower oil, but I'm not picky about like what fries are cooked in. Like you can only be so crazy and like rigid and regimented with how you pursue veganism, in my opinion. It's like things that are made in a factory that also contains, like the muffins that I made. They're vegan, but they're also made on conveyor belts that have milk and whatnot in them. I'm not going to go out of my way. I think Steak and Shake now has beef tallow fries. I'm not going to go out of my way to get those, but like I'm not asking where Wendy's cooks their fries. I'm not asking what Burger King cooks their fries in. It's not the end of the world. It's the end of the world if you have food allergies, but I don't. I just make ridiculous human choices. Sloppy Joe and pine needles are not two things you've heard of in the same sentence. I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it. It tasted like not good eating it, but then the aftertaste was like the smell of pine needles. And it was disgusting. Like it would be tolerable, but like not good, but not like super gross to take a bite of. But the aftertaste was like pine needles. And that was fucking nasty. But I always wanted the day that had Sloppy Joes because it also came with smiley fries. Oh god. Oh, Newman loves me. Can honestly say there is no one I'd rather be looking at right now. Oh, well. Not gonna flirt with him. Glad to help.
Do the right thing every now and then.
Aye aye, Capitan. I feel like the beef tallow fries are a bit much. It's purely a marketing tactic because everyone is into like the whole beef tallow existence right now. Like it's healthy, it's good, oh my god. It's the new fad, it's the new thing. They're just making them like that to be able to sell, to draw a certain crowd or be able to sell more things or be relevant to the times or whatever. There's really no purpose behind it. Where do you want me to go? Use the emergency evacuation elevator, which is where? I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that. Is it monkey in the middle? I'm just getting further and further away from whatever it is. Where do you be? I feel like it should be right there. But like, is it up? Maybe it's up? Sneak sneak? No, no sneak sneak. The new old fad. Yeah. I don't know, it's popular right now. Like, why wouldn't they jump on the bandwagon? I feel like Steak and Shake was like about to go out of business too. It was never ever busy for like a good last year and a half or so. Oops. Last year and a half or so, and then they implemented that, and now the parking lot and the drive-thru are always full when I go by. I thought they had closed and gone out of business. Like, it looked deserted. But no. Please don't defeat me. Please don't kill me. You're going to kill me. I'm dead. It's a very old school thing. It's like if we started using, like, lard instead of butter again. It's not just about marketing. Seed oils make you really sick, so beef tallow tastes better. See, that makes sense. The reasons like that I can understand. Like, it's more of an intolerance thing versus a jumping on the fad thing. So it's nice to have it available. But it's also a silly trend that's going on right now that, like, most people, if they don't have an intolerance and don't have other health issues and are relatively healthy, like, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. It's unrelated to elephants. Safety corner. Safety corner. Ooh. Ooh. Mr. Prison Warden, you're getting 1 in 6. Mash the keys. Mash the keys. Mash them. Mash them and smash them. Mash them like potatoes. Bloop, 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 bloop. We're surviving. Something you do is still cooking lard if you have it left over. You made popcorn and bacon lard. I bet that would be so good. Who wouldn't want bacon flavored popcorn? I mean, I would if it didn't have any bacon content in it. I would still enjoy it if it wasn't actually bacony. Need imitation bacon lard. I don't think we ever used it for popcorn, but I do remember my dad saving like the grease from bacon to use it for other things. Like not just because it's not supposed to go down the sink, but so it could be used for other stuff too. Because why waste it? I think the emergency elevator is up. Is it extra up? It must be. It must be. You went to the hospital from Steak and Shake? I don't blame you for that. I wouldn't go back somewhere where the food made me sick. No, that's a lie. There is one place I went back to after I had food poisoning because it's the best damn Mexican food I've ever had in my life. But I did wait like a good 6 months and I was like very anxious going back to order food. But their food was so fucking good. But I got food poisoning from it. Once. But never again since, so it was okay. I was thinking about stopping there the other day after work, but it would have been like way out of my way and I just wanted to go home. I wanted to go home. But I have been having a taste for it ever since. Welcome to Black Fedora. You had bacon ice cream once? Your sister made it? I feel like that would be very good. Salty and sweet. That'd be yummy. I found some, I was so excited. It used to be my favorite when I was a kid. We're here, so we want to go there. I found some dairy-free Neapolitan ice cream when I was grocery shopping the other day. I know Neapolitan is literally like the most basic thing ever. Like it's just chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry. But I love it. We got 3 different options in one carton. Like, it doesn't get any better than that. I was hype. I had some after dinner last night. There's so many bad guys everywhere. Which, if there wasn't, what would be the point of the game? But, like... Come on, just let a girl be a girl. And get through this unscathed, please. I feel like maple bacon ice cream would be really fucking good. Bloop, bloop. Good job, Bowdar. Bow down to Bowdar. He is our king. I don't think Neapolitan is the most basic. Any one of those flavors on their own might be the most basic. I was actually craving vanilla. And then I came across the Neapolitan and got super hype about it. But I was specifically looking for just a plain, like, vanilla dairy-free ice cream. And then I found the Neapolitan and I was like, happy dance, happy dance, happy dance, happy dance. Neapolitan was the best when I was a kid, though, because I can eat the chocolate now. Like, it's okay. I don't mind it. It's not my favorite. But my dad would eat the chocolate one and I would eat the vanilla and strawberry. But now, the chocolate one in this one tastes pretty okay. It's not too chocolatey. So I'm okay with it. I can tolerate it. But I did have a taste for vanilla ice cream, which is why I was looking. And I was like, you know what? If I want one, I can just get 3. 3 for the craving of 1. Wasn't it? Was caramelized, so you had the extra different flavor. Ooh. My favorite of our ice creams was apple cinnamon. I feel like apple cinnamon would be so yummy. I saw another flavor. It wasn't dairy-free, but what was it? It sounded so good, but something I had never seen before. I'm trying to remember what it was. I I want to say it was like a cherry pie ice cream, but like, I don't think that's what it was. It was on sale. If I had the grocery ad in front of me, I would be able to see what it was, but you're not targeting anything, you dumb whore! There you go. Can't remember what it was, but it was a flavor I'd never seen before. I was like, wow, you look cool. Not for me, but you still look cool. It'll come to me as soon as I log off stream, I'm sure. I do like a good vanilla as well. Usually I like cookie dough ice cream. That's usually what I go for. But I wasn't feeling it this time. I just had a taste for some plain vanilla. And then I found Neapolitan! I had to release my inner child. Do you care whether it's French vanilla or vanilla bean? No. I guess there's like a flavor difference between the two, but it doesn't taste any different to me at all. I must not have a very refined palate. I don't really like cold though, it hurts my teeth. So I don't like take my time eating my ice cream. I just like take a bite and then swallow it. Take a bite and then swallow it. I'm not like swishing it around in my mouth. Unless I put it in the microwave and then it's goose to mush and then it just all blends together. I mean, I don't think you had to live off of Neapolitan, but it was a choice that was available. No one put a gun to your head and said, you only get Neapolitan, child. You didn't like the ones with cherries? I can kind of understand that, though. My grandpa used to get peach and cherry ice cream a lot. And depending on the brand, the cherry would be, like, sour or more sweet. I always liked the more sweet one. Peach was good, though. They would do some kind of, like, flambe with the cherry, though, where my grandpa would pour brandy over it and then light it on fire. I don't know. My grandma liked it that way. It was fancy for grandma. Neapolitan or death. Napoleon is ruling that one. Cherry's Jubilee. That's what I had in my head is what it was called, but I didn't think that was right. I was imagining Cherry's Jubilee was a drink. My dad made some kind of, like, fermented cherry drink once, and he let me try it, and that shit tasted like Robitussin. Like, I'm not a big fan of alcohol anyway, but, like, why would you choose to drink Robitussin drink? It's gross. The Emperor's Casino chip. Sure. Why not fill up my inventory? Just for funs. His stuff was included in that. That's what I thought. Bitch, that's what I thought. What direction are we going in? Is this general direction? Yeah. Isn't it interesting how, like, our tastes change over age? I'm always a bit tickled when I discover something that I didn't like as a kid that I like now. Like baked potatoes! I'm enjoying this baked potato kick. I fucking hated baked potatoes as a kid. Like, legitimately bummed when they ended up on my plate. And I grew up in a very, like, you clean your plate household. Like, you do not leave the table until your dish is empty. So I had to eat the baked potato, but I didn't like it. My dad was so, like, secretly happy months ago when I asked him how he used to make baked potatoes so I could make them like that myself. 'Cause even though I didn't like them as a kid, I now missed how they tasted as a kid. It was weird. Well, aren't you just a glowy little... He looks like a dark... Buzz Lightyear. His outfit. Oh, I thought he was defeated. Oops. 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 Spinach is another one of those for you. I feel like most kids don't like spinach. I used to hate broccoli as a kid. I had to eat it smothered in cheese, otherwise I wouldn't eat it at all. I don't think we ate a lot of spinach when I was a kid, though, because my dad really didn't like it. If my dad didn't like something, then we didn't have it. Dad's not really a spinach person. I love spinach, though. I'll eat it out of the can, canned. I'll eat it frozen. I'll eat it fresh. I love spinach. I kind of like when it's like in the can or frozen, though, more than fresh. I like the stringy texture. Fresh is really only good in a salad. Whenever I try to grow it, though, the bunnies always get to it before I do. Yeah, Buzz Darkier. He had the same, like, kind of outfit going on. I can't have been the only one that saw it. I've adopted what you call the candy corn principle. You'll keep trying something you didn't like to see if your tastes have changed. Still waiting to like candy corn, though? Aww. I don't know if I can still eat it, but I loved candy corn. I'd eat it by the handful, and then another handful, and another handful. But my godmother's family was very, like, a candy bowl out family, where my family was not. My family is not big on, like, sweets at all. But my godmother's family, there's always a candy dish out somewhere. M&M's, peanut M&M's, Skittles, candy corn. Anything that would either just be out and sweet, or, like, for the time of the year. Love candy corn. I haven't had it in so long, though. My mouth is literally watering thinking about it, though. Not target me, arms master. You do not belong here. No. 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 1 in 6, you motherfucker. Spinach does make a good salad. Like some veggie cheese, some craisins, some walnuts or pecans. It's my favorite way to have a spinach salad. It's so good. Like a vinaigrette dressing. That sounds so good right now. I haven't made a salad like that in a while. I don't think I'll be buying spinach anytime soon, though. I already have risked it all by buying lettuce and cilantro. Loot, 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 loot. Loot, 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 loot. Who are you still fighting, Bowdar? Oh. Bow down to Bowdar! Oh, wrong way. Go this way. Roughly-ish. Went to your first Ren Fair the past weekend. There's a group of Jedi. That's awesome! I love the Renaissance Fair. It's been too many years since I've last gone, but oh my god, is it always the best time ever. I wonder if we have a slow Sunday at some point, if my coworker will want to go with me. Because we could just, like, if we were done by, like, noon or 1, we could just leave after work. That would be so nice. I think we are friends. I think. I don't know. You don't just text pictures of a bug to, like, strangers. Oh, I can show you guys the bug! Oh, that's Gigi. Look! You're the cute little guy. Like, I wouldn't want to make friends with him, but... What was he? He was called a fig eater beetle. Someday when you start calling her my friend instead of my coworker, then you are friends. Well, I feel like there's necessity for, like, explaining who the person I'm speaking of is, because my friend could be, like, referring to anyone. My coworker is specifically referring to the girl that I work with. Not that, like, we're not friends, because I think we are friends, but I say my friend, it's like a random person in the world. Coworker is more defined to that. I'm not gonna say her name. So that's doxing. If it wasn't, then I just would, but I can't do that. It's an 80-year-old in the jousting tournament. Hey, go grandpa! Did you give him my number? I love old men. I want a jousting puppy. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. Where am I going then? Like through here, but not like what? Is there an around behind? Oh yeah, I guess so. Round behind. I feel like my friend can refer to many different people and it's non-specific. If I just denote my coworker, then it makes more sense. But I do think we're friends now. I'd say like every other day we talk via text outside of work. I mean, I think that means like friend. No, that's no excuse. You could have made a banner. This is medieval times. You could have made a banner and swung it around and said, "Call Serena. 8675309." No excuse. No excuse. Gotta wave the flag of the Serena seal of approval. He could have been my champion. You never know. You don't throw things at me, you stinker. Stinky stinker. Kaboom! 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 Alright, next year be prepared. That's awesome you got to go though. I love the Ren Fair. It's always such a good time. Did you see any furries? The Ren Fair I go to in Wisconsin always has furries. Which, like, no shade. It's just always kind of surprising to see. But it's nice. It's one of those places that you can just, like, go and be yourself in whatever version of yourself that you want to be in. Like, everyone accepts that. That's cool. I knew you would have seen furries. They're everywhere. Oh, you have loot. Out of range. Move closer. No, use the force, bitch. Okay. Oh. Remember the early days of the internet? One of the most searched things was 8675309 on Yellow Pages. I believe it. I was at a carnival hearing that song when I learned the actual name of the song is, I think it's Jenny, isn't it? I always thought the name of the song was the phone number, but no, it's Jenny. Jenny. 8675309. Blurp. No, you don't count the fawns and the centaurs. You count specifically the fursuits. Which again, no shade. You know, you're in an environment that it's gonna be hot as balls probably wearing those outfits. But it's a very like accepting night. Ah! You fucker! It's a very nice and accepting environment where there's like little judgment. So I get it. It's nice. It's wonderful. It's sweet. But it always throws me off. Like, even though I'm expecting it, I'm still not expecting it. But no, I don't count the fawns and the centaurs. They're mythical creatures versus furries. There's a big difference. Visually and timely. No, I didn't mean to be targeting you too. Stop pulling me in like that. I'm not a fish. I am gonna die. But I'm not a fish. Well, I wish I was a fish, but I don't. One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. My shoe is off, my foot is cold, I have a bird I like to hold, my hat is old, my teeth are gold, and now my story is all told. Is this the way? I mean, like, mostly straight across through here, but, like, I don't think we can go very straight across through there. We'll see. Got the fawns in the center. The fawns. I probably said it a little bit silly. Not the fawns like Fonzie. The fawns. But when I say fawn, like specifically, I feel like I'm saying fauna. But like forgetting a letter. It's English. How do you speak it? I've never worn a fursuit, but I can only imagine they're fucking hot as balls inside. Like, even just when I wear, like, my silly stream masks, it's hot inside. I brought my cat mask to work the other day. It's still in the hallway to come back here. I was telling my coworker about the silly things I do on the street. And she was like, I need to see the cat mask. So I walked into work like this the other day. Like, even this is warm. Just for like 2 seconds. I cannot imagine a full fucking fursuit. They gotta pronounce fawns and fawns the same way. I feel like it's hard to say them differently. Fawns, fawns. Unless you're incredibly phonetical about it. But then it sounds, I feel like I sound bitchy saying it either way phonetically. How do we go this way? I'm gonna be in a doorway somewhere. Where? Bitch, where? My foot is falling asleep. I'd be careful walking to work like that. You end up on a table and shared. Hey, you know, if I don't have to shave my legs for once, someone else can do it for me, maybe I'd be just a little bit happy. It would be a surgical shave. That would be awkward. I'd probably have razor burn. Yeah, a very, very short length. I wouldn't have leg hair for a long time. Wouldn't be the worst, though. Armor over the fursuit must have been brutal. Hot, hot, hot. Hot potato, hot potato. Hot potato, hot potato. Potato, 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 potato. Silly Enforcer droid just explode. Just explode. Just explodey, explodey, explode. You need a safe spot to reevaluate the map. I gotta pee like a racehorse. Safe spot. Safety spot. Little stoner corner. Okay. Burp, 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 burp. Hey, doobie doo. How you doing, Guntheroo? You're still at the same level of respiration. Good stuff. Good stuff. Got half the Christmas gifts for your family there. Nice! There's so many cool little vendors there. I find it very hard not to spend all my monies when I go. Solo, it's harder. When I was with my niece and nephew, like when they were smaller, it was easier to not spend all my money because it was just like, okay, what do you guys want? But then when it's just me there, it's like, oh, what do I want? I want everything. That's a problem. I think I need to be up. How do we go up? I'm gonna get to our objective and then it'll probably be crash out time. Excuse me. I can justify like one more sip of coffee in a moment. A 6 for you. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bowdar, why are you getting yourself into more trouble over there? No, you fucker! Leave me alone. I like physically feel the drag back of the rope and I don't like that. I find that personally offensive and personally victimized. That's an awesome habit to implement. My coworker's sister just had another baby. And now she's stressing out about Christmas because that's their 6th kid. Like, Christmas is already so expensive with 5 kids. Let alone 6. That's nuts. You know what's crazy, though? She did a home birth. Well, it's not crazy, but, like, that's very intimidating to me. But I guess she's done that for her last 4 pregnancies? Oh, no, up here is not where I want to be. That's not the full up. Who's shooting at me? Where's the drama? You're here too. Don't hit my Bowdar. You too. Just came out of nowhere. Came out of nowhere. I enjoy being the Human Torch. Both of your sisters were home births. Were you there for it? Like, did you get to witness it? I think it's, like, awesome. Like, more props to her for it, but that would terrify me. I guess it was really scary because the baby came out blue because her cord was wrapped around her neck and her arm. And they were, like, on the verge of going to the hospital for it, but thankfully the midwife was able to, like, literally, like, straighten out the baby and the cord and everything. But she had to go on oxygen right away and all of that and blah, blah, blah. But her sister is like 36, I think. So it was like considered like a high risk geriatric pregnancy. I think once you're over 35, it's considered a geriatric pregnancy. Which is like, that's a funny term to me. A geriatric pregnancy. Like, it makes me imagine like an 80-year-old having children. Is this gonna take me up there? I don't know. No. So what takes me up to whatever there is? Does that lead over? Is that an entrance? No, that's a ship. Nope. Hi, Gunther! Gunther came over to say hi. I feel like it would be so nerve-wracking to witness. Oh, you're a little, though. So probably not paying much attention to it. Come here, baby. Of course you can have lap time. I love you, Gunther. You are my king. Let me crisscross applesauce for you. There you go. Gunther says hi, everybody. Hello. Gunther looks like he has a double chin right now because of the way he got shaved. To be sedated for his x-rays. So, like, his missing chunk of fur makes the, like, his floof around his neck, like, more prominent. I think Gunther missed stream and lap time. How do I get to this? Maybe this way. That looks like it just ends at the mountain, though. I don't think anything I'm doing is right. Here, let me not have my hand on you, so it's harder to breathe. I want you to be comfy. No, this does not lead over there. What does then? Building, how do I get into you? I'm pulling all-nighter just to, like, get into this building. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night, Black Fedora. Thank you for stopping by. I don't know. I don't think it's like sketch to do a home birth, but like I would be way too afraid. I'm afraid to like birth a child anyway. That terrifies me, honestly. I don't think like being pregnant would be so horrible, but giving birth, scariest fucking thing I can imagine. And I can imagine many scary things. I'm a very anxious human being. But home birth is like pretty wild. Is that a path? No, it just goes into the mountain. How do I get into you? Somehow go around? Or do I need to backtrack the other road? And then like go down to here? Probably. That looks like it makes a lot more sense. Let's do that. That's not quite where the road turns yet. The road turns this way. I think it's a well-founded fear. It just makes you picture that scene from Alien. Me too! That's part of the problem. Oh my god. I don't know. It was like reinforced into my mind for whatever reason that like I was a C-section birth. I don't know why like that was such a big deal to like reiterate to me, but it was. So like that as my mental image, like there's no video of me being born to my knowledge, but my mental image of that. And I've learned when I had endometriosis removal surgery that if I ever were to give birth, I would likely have to have a C-section. So like it's not just a compounded fear like it was prior to that knowledge of like, what if it has to go that way if I ever did spawn a creature? It's like now for sure, if I did want to spawn a creature, it would have to be done that way. And like it, I really had no desire to have children before learning that. But I do enjoy like momming. I don't know. I like caretaking. But mostly I just wouldn't have kids because then I would have to split priorities between I will never not have animals. So animal or child. So what if my child breaks their arm while my dog is having a seizure or like some other kind of emergency? Like, who do I pick? I'm going to pick the dog. That means I should not have children. Like, humans are resilient. Animals cannot speak for themselves. My child can cry and like tell me the level of pain they're in. It's not an immediate emergency other than or compared to the being that cannot speak to me. And like that sounds insane, but I don't care. Like too many people have kids that shouldn't have kids, and I don't want to be that kind of person. But heaven forbid I ever did want to spawn a creature for whatever reason. It would have to be done a certain way, and I don't want to do that. I am for sure never spawning a creature now. I don't want to be the scene in Alien. I just don't. Like, can you imagine being cut open in duress? Like, if you didn't know you had to have a C-section? Like, my mom was so brave. I am not brave. I am not brave. Like, the reason was for the majority of... Okay, I'm not gonna, like, make myself choose between, like, the dog and the kid. That's not fair to either of anyone, especially not to the kid, because I'll choose the dog first. But now that I know that I would have to alien creature spawn, it's not happening. Not happening at all. That's terrifying. It's very, very scary. No, thank you. I feel like I already got all of my momming done in life, though. Like, I helped raise my niece and nephew. I didn't birth them, but we had quite a lot of messy moments. My nephew barfed all over me and the couch once. So I had to learn how to clean a microfiber couch. Thankfully, I already knew how to clean myself up, but like, oh, that was terrible. He had an upset stomach and then complained about his stomach and then proceeded to eat 2.5 bowls of cereal for breakfast. And imagine how much of all of that came right back up. Spoiler, all of it. All of it. All of it. I've done all of the momming that I need to do in life. Now I can just be a Z-MILF. That's good enough for me. It's more than good enough for me. Hi, Pibby. Speak of the devil. Baby girl. I felt so bad. She was walking through the hallway while I was at work, and Doodle heard feet, and he got excited, and he ran to the door. It was just Pibby walking by. It wasn't me. It was one of his first couple of days out of the tent, though. Now he knows the difference between Pippi feet and my feet. I think. I don't know. Did he get up when she walked by? He's probably snoozing on the couch. Excuse me. We're to get to our destination. Now he's snoozing on the chair. He's so big. Like, that's a big armchair, and he takes up most of it. He's so big. I love him so much. I'm so excited for his appointment. And hopefully get cleared for adoption, so we can start introductions, so that he can officially be home, as long as he gets along with other kitties, which I'm sure he will have no problem with. Did I miss a turn somewhere? Oh yeah, I missed a turn way back there. Oops. Serena. Turn somewhere over here? Where are you expecting me to go? That is a mountain. He has rabies. Rabid Great Maw. Bowdar, leave him alone. I don't know if you're up to date on your shots. Oh, I missed whatever this is. Meow. Hi, kid. Aw, kid says hi. Now that we're only dealing with Gustav's Giardia, the kitties can be free birds again, which they're very happy about. Hi, kid. I love you. Where did Gunther go when he left my lap? Oh, he's eating. What a good boy. I'm very proud of him. Gunther's had some scarier moments lately, but I think we're on the right path towards management with his inhalers and oral bronchodilators. Like, it's not going to fix anything, but it can help manage it, which is nice. Although, oddly enough, I'm glad I got both of the inhalers, even though my GoodRx coupon didn't work for one of them. It made it more expensive. It was $239, I think. And the GoodRx coupon that was supposed to take it down to $165 put it up to $280 something. It's like, what the fuck, dude? But that one, the fluconazole, I think it's called, is doing good for him. I gave him the albuterol one first, just to see how you would do with it, thinking like, okay, it's not steroid based. Gunther kind of breathes heavier with steroids generally, although now with this one, is the fluconazole is a steroid. I still think I'm saying that wrong. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, elevator. Seems like. That one he's doing well with. The albuterol gave him an asthma attack for the first time. He's never had an asthma attack before, and the albuterol gave him one. So we're not going to do that one, and I'm just going to hold on to it for me when I need it. Because my inhaler is expired. Capitan. Most medicine names are made up nonsense. I can't say the other one. I keep calling it Fluke. F-L-U-C. I think it's fluconazole though. I was first saying it as flucanacinol or something like that. I don't know. Fluticasone. There we go. That's what it is. So I should call it flute instead of fluke. Flovent. That's what it is. The Void Wolf. Void, they're talking about you. Kid, go tell Void. They beckon the Void Wolf. Bum. Is that a good thing?
The Void Wolf, huh? Not the most popular guy at parties. Yeah, I don't know what we do if he came, but it sure feels good to hear those movies crying from Papa. So I had a chance to go through the files you got from Gold.
He's funny.
Great news. It's acquired the access
Newman.
to the search base where the nebula shipment is being stored.
I mean, I don't trust Golden either. Where is it?
Good day, sweetheart. That's what makes this so beautiful. Most days you couldn't
So
walk
it's
to
easy
the
peasy
sun,
lemon squeezy?
but today, you'd rather
That would be nice to come back to next time.
There'll never be a better time to strike.
Ooh, tell me more.
You're thinking full assault? They're leaving mostly joint defenses at the base, which are coordinated from a few different command posts. If you can plant slicer spikes into the terminals at all the posts, it should open all the internal doors. If you just the droids to get past.
I'll take it.
Droids always seem to like me. I wouldn't count on these droids out of my personality. They're heavy war droids about war especially.
Excuse me.
Good luck, Captain. And if you get
We're in
that
yawning
shit,
territory.
the resistance in Marker Penny, you can use a few of those weapons.
Slice the Western Command Station. Slice the Northern Command Station. Slice the Southern Command Station. Okay, what about the East? Backpack, backpack. Oh, we just got new pants. Woo! New pants. Still nothing to write home about. The evening hour is upon us. Tired lady. Waking up early now, it's just hard to stay coherent. Approaching 2 a.m. There's an elevator, don't jump all the way down it. There you go. Oh, Bowdar beat me to it. I was like, I waited for you. I'm taking a few steps in whatever direction I want to, and not even going the right way. Then bed. We can get our steps in to get over there next time. On the next episode of Serena TV. You look at the work schedule. There's only 1 dog tomorrow so far. Once my coworker books up to 5, then I get put on the schedule. Yeah, there's still only 1 dog tomorrow. And 2 on Thursday. I'll be opening on Thursday. Then I'm on the schedule for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I did redo my schedule, and I think it's roughly correct, give or take a couple days during the week. Where's my calendar? Yeah, it's tired hours. I'm gonna plan on Sunday evenings will probably be the new Friday. The new torture night. So it'll be over on Twitch and Kick, I'm thinking, on Sundays. Because I'm not, like, exhausted by the end of the day, unless we're there super, super late. It should be fine. Then be able to sleep in a little bit, and then plan to stream Monday, Tuesday, Serena Day, aka Wednesday. No more Serena Day. And then Thursdays. But Thursdays will be a shorter night. Because it'll be on most Fridays, and then definitely Saturday and Sundays. So I'll be off stream at least Friday and Saturday. Possibly another random day during the week if I get called in. Like this week, Thursday will be questionable. Because I have work, and then Doodle's appointment, and then back to work. But I don't know if I'll have any appointments when I get there. Or if I'll just be lifting the fat golden retriever. I don't know which. I have cat ears on my screen. Where's the... I want my rewards. Claim. Elegant chest of loyalty. Sounds exciting. That, like, closed on its own at some point. I kind of miss, like, really bothering people having that out. 3 unread mail messages. Oh, it's, like, quiet in here tonight. I didn't realize that it actually showed, like, a player count up here. There are 18 players on your planet/instance. Now there's about to be 17. It is the time of Eep. Time of Eep, 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 Eep. Excuse me. Pardon, pardon. Getting a tickle in my throat. They did reschedule. I left my work schedule open instead of going back to my stream page. There's 2 cats that I'm excited to meet. They're not on my part of the schedule, but I'm excited to meet them. Their names are Lino and Chitara. I made a comment about it, and my boss was like, "Oh, you remember the Thundercats? You know, that was an older cartoon." I was like, "Yes, of course. My dog's name is Tigra." Lino and Chitara. Thundercats. Ho! And now all the dogs and my neighbors are going to be awake now. Oh, I think I told you guys my asshole neighbors had a kid around Christmas. They spawned a creature. And their baby is starting to babble. I heard him talking. I think it's a little boy in the backyard the other day when I was out with the dogs. It was very cute. That's adorable. Babies are so cute when they're not yours. Not that I'm, like, gonna go over and see their child because they're assholes, but I can appreciate a sweet, innocent existence. that's allowed. It was just very cute. It was just babbling on and on. It reminded me of when my niece and nephew were little. Little baby sounds. So cute. So cute. Thundercats. Ho! Pretty sure I have like the whole team of Thundercats and all of their apprentices in my house. My boss said I looked like Chitara, which they were also like, this was a conversation that we had after the day we were cleaning and we went out for food. And everyone had mimosas or drinkies except for me because I don't drinky. I don't think I look like Chitara, but I don't really remember what she looks like. Oh, kind of, when I'm more blonde, maybe. Okay. I guess I wasn't having the most accurate memory. There, that's me when I wake up in the morning. Now, the fetish talk, I think, was like a Friday. I don't even remember how that got into the conversation of, but it was funny. Despite, like, the clash of type A versus type B, they really are, like, easy to get along with, which I appreciate. I can see it a little, but I don't think I'll be doing that to my hair anytime soon. The style or the spots. I can see it a little bit. Yeah, with the hair on a floofy day, like, before stream tonight. My hair was insane before stream tonight. Oh my god. I showered yesterday and washed it. It was hair washing day. And it got crazy curly from the weather yesterday. And then I had it, like, twisted and, like, clipped up all day, so it got extra curls in it, and it was just ridiculous. I don't know. I took my hair, like, half down before stream, and my bangs were, like, kind of wavy, but, like, okay. And I was like, oh, maybe I don't have to do my hair tonight. And then I took all of it out of the clip, and I needed to do my hair tonight. Unless I wanted to log on looking like a Hermione Granger and a scarecrow fucked and spawned a creature. It was not the move. I did not want to log on looking like that. It was way too floofy. Too much floof. Maximum floof. May have been the floofiest my hair has ever been, which is a little scary. Just a bit. Just a bit. Just a bit. Excuse me. Jesus Christ. Stop yawning. You're going to bed, Goofy. Well, we're gonna go see Gigi. And then go eat me. What? Oh. I guess Google tells you when you sign in with other things or something. I thought there was like some kind of security breach. I don't know. It's just telling me that I signed in with Restream. Which I know. I did that. I did that. Hermione is Scarecrow. How did you find my fanfic? Oh god. I am the all-knowing, omnipotent Serena. Didn't you know? Haven't we figured that out by now? I know everything. I am all-knowing. Alright, Club Cult. It is the time of the eeps. But Lord, am I grateful for you all being patient with me the last week plus. And generally, just always in general. Thank you. You're all very kind souls, and I appreciate the level of understanding that is extended to me. I do not take it for granted. I appreciate it very much. And when this is done, I shall dedicate it all to you, Club Cult. The power of understanding has been yielded. I want to work on this some more this week. I want to get him done this week. He's cool beans. I'm very proud of this after not doing any kind of art for like a really long time. I will have some good eats and some good eats. Well, definitely some good eats. I'm excited to try kimchi on burger. I'm hyped for that. Thank you for the suggestion. I will keep taking care of me, but you gotta keep taking care of you too. Don't sweat the small stuff. How can I? How could I? I have to wear a sweater all the time, almost. Can't sweat nothing. Unless I'm standing next to the oven or sometimes under the lizard lights. Although more so next to the oven. God, I love cooking, but you just cannot do it during the day in the summer. The air conditioning will have to kick twice as hard. It's just Fuck that. It's not worth it. I did forget to turn the fan on over it though. That's fine though. It shouldn't be. Should not be a predicament. I'm excited to be able to spend more time on stream this week though. I'm hype. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your chats. And thank you for your company. But more than anything, thank you for your time. Your time is not free. It is this finite thing that you only get so much of to do whatever you want with. And whether it's for 2 seconds, 2 minutes, 2 hours, if I don't see you again for 2 years, when our times collide, is beautiful, magical, and amazing. You can make more money. You can make more friends. You can make more chapstick, which I need. You can make more expo markers. You cannot make more time. And thank you for yours. I'm a very, very, very grateful girly. You bubs want to keep up with me offline, hop into the Disky Boo. Otherwise, we got the fun stuff. The socials. Bless you. That was a big sneeze, kid. You scared the bejeezers out of me. Kid says hi. Some more fun stuff. The sketch for more accurately than lately when I will see you bebs next. And thank you all for being a part of the Stream the Dreams project. I am immensely, immensely, immensely grateful. And thank you all so much for your support with Voya Bean's care costs so far. You're, in my eyes, even if not mathematically correctly, at the halfway point, which is pretty amazing. Like, not really, but 3 is half of 6. So in my head, I feel good about that. Thank you all so, so very much. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Thank you all for stopping by. And do not forget that you are wonderful, amazing, incredible, spectacular, phenomenal, fantastic, oh so gorgeous, and all the good things in the world. Take all those compliments and put them in your back pocket, your side pocket, your cute little hoodie pocket, your adorable little shirt pocket, floating in suspended animation, wherever it needs to go. Until I see you, bibs, next, my sweet bebos. Given the earlier math skills of weeks to months, it sounds about on par. I could not remember for the life of me how to calculate that. I completely brain farted on it. Thank you for explaining how to, because it would have taken me 10 years to get there. I don't know what happened, but it was not happening. Can't believe it though. PB is like less than 5.5 pounds and 8 months old. It's wild. Thought Charlie was small. Thought Slavko was small. Void is kind of small. And now Peebs is like the smallest of the small smalls. It's nuts. She is still baby. She still is 12 minus 8. 4 months to keep growing. So I don't. Maybe she'll hit a big growth spurt and get huge. I don't know. Let's see, how old are Stripes and Nibbler? They're gonna be a year in September, August, July. So they're 10 months old, and they've had like 2 growth spurts, Daisy included. Like maybe about a month ago, and then maybe about shortly after adoption. So like February, March. So they had growth spurts at like 6 and 8 months old. PB needs to hit a growth spurt. If she stays as small as she is now, the basement is not safe for her because she can get behind the fireplace. She needs to get just a little bit bigger. Just a little. I don't know. I think she can go up a pound in the next 4 months. I have faith in her. Or just wishful thinking. I don't know. We're crossing fingers and paws for that one. Otherwise, I need to figure out a way to secure the fireplace because she's a little rat and she can fit behind there. It's problematic. The rhythm of the night is bedtime. Good night, Club Cult. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for being your wonderful selves. Get some good sleeps, get some good eats, make good choices. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, but there are many things that I wouldn't do, so use your best judgment and discretion for that one. Thank you all for being here. I shall see you all for the next one, or the next one, or the next one, or the next one, or the next one. Good nighty night, you wonderful, wonderful human beings. Get some good Z's.